All right, everyone, we will call this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order, and we will begin with the roll call from Clerk Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Feemster.
Here.
Trustee Frankel.
Here.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
I'm here. Trustee Mayer.
Here.
Trustee Raymond.
Here.
Trustee Taylor.
I'm here.
And Student Representative Deutsch. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now next go to our Pledge of Allegiance. And let's see, our volunteer today is going to be Miss Gina Sessions, because I so affectionately call her the Title IX lady, and she lets me. Thank you, Gina. We do have on the agenda, is Lindsay Anderson here? Has she stepped in quite yet? I know she needs to get back to Carson. This is a very important time. So I was going to reorder and take her before public comment, but we will go to public comment first. Do we have any cards to start us off? Okay, we do have some. Please.
Laurel Jones.
I'm sorry, Laurel Jones? Okay, please. Welcome, Ms. Jones. You turn the mic on. Katie will help you, or JJ will, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me and listening. So my name is Laurel Jones, and I'm from Incline Elementary School, and I'm the PTA president up there. And I'm here today regarding the proposed cuts for the teacher allocations. While this is really a district and possibly a statewide issue, I'd like to address issues caused by these cuts as they pertain to Incline Elementary School. It's been mentioned that the district-wide, there will be no teacher layoffs. Most of these will come from retirement issues, and that the student-teacher ratio will average 28:1 throughout the district. But this is not the case at Incline Elementary School. We are slated to lose 4 teachers, 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, which will cause our classroom size to balloon. Our 5th grade class at the moment has 21 students, and it is slated for next year to have 38. I'm sure there are smaller classes within our district that brings the average back down to 28, but that doesn't help when we're looking at our individual schools. Additionally, with the remote nature of our schools and our community, it is difficult to attract qualified teachers. If our teachers go into overage and they're put down in Reno and the other parts of Washoe County, they're very likely to move over to Kings Beach or Truckee. Both of those school districts are hiring teachers actively, and we have some amazing teachers that are lower down on the seniority list that we fear will be lost, even if the state comes back and gives us funding later on, if they're forced to look for a job at this point. We're also losing families due to the lack of district help. Our numbers of free and reduced lunches and families in Incline qualify for Title I funds. So our district is receiving Title I funds because of our school, but our school receives no Title I funds because Washoe County's bar is higher. I think it's 75%. So our school is struggling desperately, but we're not receiving the funds that are due to our school. Because of our Title I fund issues, we have seen the attrition of families moving to other schools, other private schools, schools within California where there's a Spanish immersion program school, kids coming down to Reno. And the lack of teachers and having our classroom sizes balloon is only going to cause more of this kind of a problem. And the students that are leaving are generally, not always, but are higher test scoring students. So I'd like to say that if you're going to expand our classroom sizes and have less teachers, we're going to have even more of a problem with attrition and cause even lower test scores. And that's it. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate you being here. JJ?
Jane Day.
Ms. Day, welcome. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jane Day. I'm from Incline Elementary as well. I was a former PTA president, but I have 2 students at the school that are in 3rd and 4th grade. And this is the second time that I've actually visited the board meeting to speak on the same issue. I'm very concerned with keeping classroom sizes down. I want to make sure that our students have a ratio of student to teacher that is as small as possible. And of course, I'm here today because of all of the press and the mention of how our classroom sizes are slated to balloon. For next year in fifth grade, my student is expected to be in a classroom with 38 other students. And of course, I find that appalling. But digging through the research on the Washoe County website, I understand that this is an issue that's facing the entire district, and these are problems that everybody is facing. Which leads me to be extremely concerned about just basically the dismal state of our public education right now here in Nevada and in Washoe County. And I'm really hoping to ask the board for guidance, for assistance, for more time. And I know it's hard for you guys to give time, but we need to be wrapping our heads around the fact that we are getting nowhere, that we're not just a bent system, we're a broken system right now. In Incline, 58% of our Hispanic families are graduating from high school. I know that our goal is obviously much higher. 70 would be a minimum, but we're at 59% there. And I'm also concerned, my number one concern is just we need teachers, we need smaller classroom sizes. And in Incline in particular, since 2003 when we've been keeping records, the amount of money that's spent on instruction has gone down by 10%. Back in '03, we were at least putting 68% of our financial resources for our school towards instruction. Now that's down to 58.4%. And I can't even begin to imagine what it will be next year. Again, I just want the support of the district. I want there to be intellectual groups getting together to figure out how we as a state are going to achieve better, because frankly, even our read by 3, which seemed like a monumental bill to be passed, is setting the bar too low. It's not read by 3, it's read by 1. First grade is when children should be reading in the US, and I want that to be our standard. I don't want them to be reading by third grade. I don't want them in the sense that if they're in an ELL program and qualify for pre-K, that they can be in our school system for 5 years before somebody decides that maybe they need to take a step back and have extra time spent towards reading. And this is not even to mention math. But again, read by 3, it does not even take into consideration instructors, and instructors is my number one concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Dana Greer.
Ms. Greer, welcome. You have 3
Hi,
minutes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you. My name's Dana Greer, and I have a daughter that's in third grade at Incline Elementary School. And I'm here to talk about Incline Elementary School classroom sizes. I did a little research, and what I found going into next year is the next year's third grade class is projected to have 62 students. So that would be 31 students per classroom. Of these 31 students next year, of these 62 students, 25 are English as a second language, 9 are special ed, 11 are tiered, meaning they're either behind in grade level, math, or reading, but excuse me, not considered special ed. So that leaves 32% of the class is considered behind of next year's third grade. And they will have 2 teachers compared to 3 now. Next year's fourth grade class is projected to have 66 students. So that is 33 per class. Of these 66, 23 are ELL, 10 are special ed, 12 are tiered. So that leaves 33% of next year's fourth grade going in is already considered behind grade level. Next year's fifth grade class is projected to have 75 students, so that would be 38. Of them, 15 are ELL, 10 are special ed, and 10 are tiered. So 27% of that class is already considered behind. Incline schools, because of our distance from Reno, cannot participate in programs shared across schools, and we therefore must provide all services to our students with our own resources. For example, in Reno, there are CLS, Comprehensive Life Skills, and SIP, Socially Impaired Population Programs to support highly impacted students. In incline schools, these students are supported in the general classroom, and the larger class sizes are going to make it very difficult for both the tiered students, the special ed students, and kids that are at grade level to learn anything. So I'm just here to say I'm confused, distraught, how we can have 4 allocation cuts at Incline Elementary.
Thank you, Ms. Greer.
Nicole Larson.
Ms. Larson, welcome to you. Right there, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Board. Again, my name is Nicole Larson, and I currently have 3 children who attend Incline Elementary School, a kindergartner, a 2nd grader, and a 5th grader. I agree with the others who came before me, and they talked about classroom increases, student-teacher ratios, and other funding woes. However, I'm here today to address the inordinately heavy burden of teacher losses that my community is projected to bear. According to my analysis of the teacher allocation numbers provided to me by the district last night, Incline Elementary School is slated to lose 4 of 19 K-5 classroom teachers, which represents 21.1% of our K-5 teacher population. By comparison, Huntsberger Elementary, who's our closest geographical neighbor, is slated to lose 2 of 34 K-5 classroom teachers, which represents only 5.9% of their K-5 teacher population. And Verdi, a similarly sized smaller school, is slated to lose 0 of the 11 K-5 classroom teachers. Said another way, IES is slated to lose 358% more teachers than Huntsberger, and infinitely more than Verdi as a percentage of K-5 classroom teacher populations. So how does that translate to class size? Despite what's being reported in the news, the average class size will increase by 2 students if the projected allocations remain unchanged due to the outsized cuts to the IES K-5 teaching staff. The actual impact at IES would be an additional 10 students in 3rd grade for a total of 31 students per class. An additional 8 students in 4th grade for a total of 32 students per class, and an additional 14 students in 5th grade for a total of 38 students per class. Let me say that again, 38 students in a class. I'm not here to feud or to start a feud between Incline, Huntsberger, Verdi, but I am here to shine a light on ultimately get answers for the inequities that the projected plan forces on our small community. I understand that the allocation algorithm takes in other data points than what I've just outlined. However, if it allows for an increase in a class size of 14 students to a total of 38 students with 1 teacher, it is clearly flawed and it requires review. After all, it's simply math, something we claim to teach the very same students that we will be negatively affecting. I urge you to dig deeper, think smarter, and work harder to better solve this problem. Our children are counting on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Jessica Roder.
So is that Rother or Brother?
Roder.
Roder. Well, sorry about that. Welcome, Ms. Roder. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I also come from Incline Elementary School, and I have a daughter currently in 4th grade. I'm here to talk about the logistics of making 38 children fit into a classroom the size that will hold 26 per the fire marshal. The classroom sizes are 20 by 27 for usable space. Each student requires 20 square feet per person. That would only be 27 people in the entire classroom. Our building was built for small classroom sizes, not for large ones. The district has not seen the size of our classrooms, nor the amount of students that we have tried to squeeze in that will not fit. Even if the cabinetry, the cubbies, the dividing wall, the sink, and the ADA accessibility options were to be removed, the fire marshal will still only allow 26 students in the classroom. This is opening the district to a potential lawsuit from parents who are concerned about the safety of their children and for keeping their children safe and to afford an excellent, effective education. It is impossible to create that space with these ratios. How is the district going to ensure our quality of education and the safety of our children? Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Roller.
Call Pluckins.
Help us, ma'am, what's your last name? Pluckan. Thank you, Ms. Pluckan, for being here. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Currently attend 5th grade at Incline Village, and one looking to attend 3rd grade next year. I know there's many reasons why the budget cuts are happening, but I just want to understand just what the dynamics of those are. With property values increasing for the past 2 years and new businesses setting up shop in this area, why are there budget cuts in education at all? If anything, with the influx of population, one would think there would be an increase in education funding. Nevada is ranked last on the standards of education last year, and I fear if class sizes increase, that standing will remain last with a wider gap from other areas. And of course, this wider gap will have an adverse effect of future residents and businesses coming to our state. And totally, I understand that there's budget cuts, but is the board consider budget cuts in other areas other than teacher allocations, maybe administrative expenses and things like that? I'm not sure. I don't know if that data is out there. And specifically, I wanted to talk to my community in Incline Village. And as my predecessor just spoke, the fire marshal has said that 26 students a class is safe and meets fire codes. With the proposed reduction in allocation and the resulting increase of students per slice, they would need to be capital expenditures needed to retrofit those classrooms. And given that IES is a fairly new school, it does not seem wise to put more capital investment in such a new school, even if the funds come from a different budget. So all I'm asking is if we can try to make decisions that are wise and advantageous for Nevada, Washoe County, our teachers, and specifically our students. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Pluckan.
Diane Morrison.
Ms. Morrison.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I am Diane Morrison, also from Incline Village, also a former PTA president, and much of what I have to say has already been said, so I'll be as brief as possible. I have 2 students in the Incline schools, one at Incline Elementary, one at Incline Middle School. And again, want to talk about proposed allocation reductions at Incline Elementary. We've touched on Title I funding. My question is, there seems to be a discord between the federal requirement for Title I funding and what Washoe County has deemed the allowable amount for Title I funding. The federal funding rate for Title I funding is 51% of your population on free and reduced lunches. Washoe County has that at 75%. So my question is, is Washoe County receiving that federal funding for Title I schools and then not passing it along to schools much like Incline Elementary who do qualify at a federal rate? In addition, I want to talk about the read by 3 requirement. Read by 3 requirement shows that they should have 20 students per class. By removing the cap requirement, which I understand is part of this new proposed allocation reduction for 3rd, 4th, 5th grade classes, will balloon our students to 31 students in the 3rd grade class. I don't understand how that conforms per the read by 3 requirement. You've heard all about the 5th grade jumping to 38 students. I won't reiterate, the fire marshal has said that's unacceptable. We have a new school, 8 years old. I think it's ridiculous that we would spend money to structurally change a school that is perfectly acceptable the way it is. We just need to add more teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison.
Timothy Briggs.
Mr. Briggs, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, school board. My name is Timothy Briggs. I'm here to speak for my 2 children. I've got a 3rd grader at IES and a 5th grader, or a fourth grader at IES going to 5th, and I've got a 2nd going to 3rd. As most of my fellow parents have spoken to already, I'm here to talk about the allocation for next year. So the loss of 4 teachers is just frankly unacceptable. The fact that my child could have to go to school in 5th grade with 38 other children or 37 other children in his class is just It's just not right. And so, you know, when you think through the decision and the vote, or however you're going to decide to make this call, I'm asking you to do what's right for the kids in our town. And so, when I think through the quality teachers, and every year we ask ourselves, do we want to stay in Incline? Do we want to stay in Washoe? And every year we do it because the teachers are incredible. And so they try their hardest. They do it with 20, 25 kids in a class. That's hard enough. Don't make it harder on them next year. And so, again, when I sit down over the summer and decide, do I keep my family? Do I keep my kids in Washoe County? Or do I go to a place where there's more opportunity? That is going to be a key decision point for us. Don't jeopardize the future of my kids for basically a budget cut or an allocation that can be placed in a more equitable spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs.
Darlene Nielsen.
Oh, hang on. Welcome, Ms. Nielsen. We want to get your mic on. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Darlene Nelson. I'm also a parent. I have a son, the kindergartner at Incline Elementary, and I have a 3-year-old that will be going there in about 2 years. So I'm concerned about the allocations, and people have already talked about the classroom sizes. And you know, I've in my work life, I've been a part of budget processes. I know it's a difficult and thankless job, and so I thank you for endeavoring to work this through. And I would really like for you to just, you know, sometimes when you come up with these things, it sounds like a great idea, and the numbers seem to work out. And there's sometimes a push in time, and you get it through, and then all of a sudden, ooh, wow, there's a couple gotchas. And I would really like for you to just please, you know, go back and sharpen your pencils and maybe look at some of these things, these questions we've raised, and say, you know, we didn't expect that, and you know, that's okay. We can go back and have a little bit more time to just reassess and reevaluate the reality of how the numbers have played out. It's just one of those things that I think someone brought up in one of our PTA meetings, that when you run a business, your most important asset is your employees. I mean, that's one of the last things you want to cut. And you know, in a school, we're all here for the children. We're all here for education, and it's the people that are there with their hands on the ground. They're with the kids every day. That's what's most important, and they're doing that really hard work of building relationships. But it's hard to make it harder on them by increasing the class size. When I first moved to Incline 6 years ago, I was nervous about my children going to school there. And a friend of mine that's a principal over in the California side, he told me that, you know, don't look at the test numbers, don't look at some of these, you know, statistics about populations. The most important thing that you really have to look at with your child is that relationship that they have with the teacher. And I went with that, and I've been very pleased at Incline Elementary at the quality of the staff, that they really do care, and they're building those relationships. These are children. They're children. And, you know, who knows what's going on in their home life. It's a difficult, scary world right now, and it's very difficult to be a teacher right now. So I would just really like for you to go back and just kind of question these numbers and the reality of how it's being played out, because I think all of us do want the best, and we do want education to be going on at a high quality level. So pay attention, just kind of as you go through this process, think about it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Nielsen.
Tegan Srink.
Hi, please help me with your last name.
Surik.
Surik? Surik, thank you for being here, Ms. Surik.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Tegan Surik. I have been in the Gifted and Talented program since 3rd grade, and I'm now a 7th grader in the Pine GT Magnet program. I appreciate all that the GT program has given me, and I strongly encourage that the district should continue with this kind of education. I feel very lucky to be in classrooms with great teachers who engage students, and they make learning interactive for us. Instead of just writing down the facts and then remembering them for the test and then forgetting it all afterwards, we do project-based learning. which allows us to dig deep into what we're learning and then get more complex in what we're doing and develop 21st century skills. Education researcher Sylvia Chad said that one of the major advantages of project work is that it makes school more like real life. It's an in-depth investigation of real-world topic worthy of children's attention and effort. We must also keep in mind that children of all backgrounds and abilities benefit from this kind of education. We've already gotten on track with DePoley Middle School and Van Gorder Elementary School by bringing PBL learning to there. Let's not stop there. Opening more advanced academic placement classrooms in general ed would be a huge step in the right direction, and there's no reason we shouldn't have them in every school, district-wide. Do we not owe it to all students to raise the bar? Why should we just select a few to receive the quality education that I have? Your expectations are extremely powerful, and they will be met, whether they are high or low. Right now, you're telling too many students you can't cut it. I challenge you to expect more from every student. I guarantee they will impress you. Please give them that chance to learn the same way I do, with project-based learning and high expectations. That's it.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you for being here.
Angela Chung.
Welcome, Ms. Chung. That's a hard act to follow.
It is.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Angela Chung, and I also come from Incline Village. I have 2 children attending Incline Village Elementary School, but today I'm not here for my children. My children have people who can advocate for them. They have me. I'm here on behalf of the teachers that are working hard right now, and I'm here on behalf of the students who don't have parents to advocate for themselves. I've been teaching in the public school system for about 4 years. Right now I'm a substitute teaching at Incline Elementary School. I have experience. I have taught at Title I schools before I came to Incline Village. I have taught students of color. I have taught students mostly reading and performing below grade level. I consider myself a competent teacher. I've been subbing, and I've subbed in the 5th grade classroom. And with about 21 or 22 students, it's already difficult enough to differentiate. If the class sizes increase, there is no way even a miracle worker can differentiate for the most vulnerable, students with the highest needs, students with IEPs, students who are language learners. Those students will not get the attention that they need and they deserve. It's already difficult enough. Walking on campus these days is really depressing. As a teacher who's engaged or who is dedicated to this work as labor of love, teachers who don't get paid or already don't get paid enough are having a moral breakdown. I mean, think about a staff of about 20 teachers losing 4 people. Teachers are devastated. Parents are devastated. This is not the way or the direction that public education should be headed. Last but not least, I want to talk about equity a little bit, because our school has many students whose families are below poverty line. Our students have many students with needs such as English language learners, and I'm already hearing gossip. I'm going to be truthful with you. I'm hearing gossip by parents who have, privileges like I do, who want to take the kids out of public education and want to send them to charters and private schools. Who's going to be left over with the huge class sizes? Who's going to be left over in unsafe classroom conditions because the space is too small? Who's going to be left with teachers who are morally demoralized and teachers who are overwhelmed and tired from teaching 38 students in the classroom? Think about that. Think about the racial and socioeconomic lines in which the students benefit from diversity. You all know the research. They benefit from this diversity. We need more diversity. We don't need students to be split up. We don't need to lose teachers. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chung.
Sabrina Dukes.
Sabrina Dukes? Oh, here you are, okay. Welcome, thank you for
Hello.
being here, Ms. Dukes.
Yes, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, my name is Sabrina Dukes. I appreciate your time. I, as well, am from Incline Elementary School. I have a third grade daughter as well as a first grade son. And I have a love for the school, as you can see, a lot of us do. We've come all the way down the mountain to meet with all of you today. I'd like to reiterate everything that my peers have said before me, but the things I'd like to focus on quickly would be that I'm an advocate for a public school. I fight for our public school in our small community, and there's a lot of people, peers of my friends, and their children are considering going to private schools because we have a lot of options, and it's a travesty to me. It's devastating that this beautiful, wonderful school that we have worked so hard and the teachers work so hard to provide the education to our kids is going to change. It's the public education is the fabric of our community, and we need smaller class sizes. This is just the talk around town is it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. And, so of course I want to address that. And I want to keep people in the public school. As a teacher myself, I taught for 8 years in Houston, Texas at a Title I school. And so my passion goes back far. And, one thing that I'm confused with is the fact of the Title I funding. We are all very concerned at our PTA meetings how this does not apply, because we have a lot of kids that seem to be meeting the standard for Title I funding, and that would make a big difference at our school. Maybe that would help us keep teacher allocations that we're close to losing, So that's something that we are wanting answers to. On another note, these preliminary allocations put the burden of this budget crisis on our students, and we want to know, our community wants to know what is happening, at central administration, what is to minimize this impact on our students. What cuts can be made from central administration, because it feels like our students are taking on that burden, and it just doesn't seem right. So I want to, as a representative from IES, address that issue as well. These are questions that we have, and we're hoping to see some change, because it's looking grim, and it's really upsetting to us. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Dukes.
That's all I have at this time.
We have no further public comment. Was there anyone else that wanted to comment that did not fill out a card? We can allow you to comment if you would like to fill out a card. Okay, thank you for all of you that, yes, now you know better, fill out a card, Dr. Albers. That's okay, will you just make sure you fill out a card, okay, Dr. Albers, thank you. No, they are. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, trustee and board. My name is Mary Alber. I am a bilocator between Incline Village and Reno. My kids, we decided that they would come down here to go to school because we weren't happy with the way that some of that allocation of funding was happening up in Incline. So I just this morning, or just now, heard about this from fellow parents, and I'm devastated as well that this could have such an implication for the public school quality up in Incline, that it would force more parents like me to have to leave the community, to maybe move out of the community entirely to find appropriate education for their kids. And as you know, I'm a huge advocate for public education excellence. And this is clearly going in the wrong direction. And I encouraged the advice of the other parents, which is, let's sit down and talk about some plans, some creative ideas for how we can maybe turn this around and not let it create a drain of families from Incline, which has been happening progressively, and I'm one of them. But let's see if we can solve this one. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alber. If you would, please just remember to fill out a public comment card. Okay, thank you. Moving on the agenda. Yes, Vice President Holland?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wondered if there's a way we can provide some information about that Title I issue, which I have received and I understand it, but if there's a way we can provide that to folks in Incline through the Bonanza or something else.
Superintendent Davis, I see your mic on.
So I will say we globally fund based on the percentage. In order to fund Incline, we bypass several schools that have a higher number. The federal free and reduced lunch for elementary is 40% served, and for secondary is 75%. When you look at our servings, we have a list and we go down and we serve. There's a large sheet of percentages, and there's a lot of schools that have a higher number. And if I'm correct, I think Incline is 33%. There are tons of schools that has a higher number of free and reduced lunch that are also not served but are title. So what I'm saying is, in short, Incline is not the only school impacted in this situation in our district.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. I take it we were not out of line in that as I look at our Chief Legal Counsel. Thank you. Next on the agenda is agenda item 1.05. And again, thank you for all that took the time to drive down to make comments. We know that took quite a bit of time. The weather cooperated today, so that was better. But we do appreciate that you've taken the time to come down and share your thoughts and concerns with the Board of Trustees. Action to adopt the agenda. This is, we do have a couple of items to reorder. Need to hear agenda item 4.01. Right after we adopt this agenda, we'll reorder that so that Ms. Anderson can get back to Carson City. And then just as a reminder to everyone, agenda item 5.06 relating to Brown Elementary School, and that calendar will not be heard prior to 4 p.m. to allow as many interested parties to get here as appropriate. Other than those reminders and that one change, seeing no others, unless there are some, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda, to approve the agenda as changed. Okay, thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. We're going to go to board reports. Board reports, and then just as a reminder, no discussion among the trustees should occur at this time. Board, we see Dr. Oh, we are. Yes, we do. Lindsay Anderson, we said we're going to reorder that. So why don't you come on up? This is agenda item 4.01 that we have reordered so that you can get back to what is called the legislature. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, President Taylor and Board of Trustees, and thank you for the first of 100 times to reorder. The hearings start at 3:30, so this gives me a chance to be quick here and then head to Carson City in time for Senate Education. I'm here today to give you your legislative update. All the public comment is a hard act to follow, and I just empathize with our situation, and we're working on it in Carson City, I guess is all I would say to that. But today, oh, look how fancy this is, like comes together. I'm just here to give you a little bit of information about some big policy topics that I'd like you to hear from me, and then if you have any discussion about them, I'll take that too. But budgets obviously are our number one priority in terms of what's happening at the legislature. There was the K-12 budgets have been heard on March 1st and 7th, and then there's one also on the 16th, which coincides with your budget workshop. So that'll be budget day on March 16th. So they're going through the process. Basically, it's very 30,000 foot. There's lots of different budgets. So March 1st, we heard a little bit about the distributive school account and then each of the other subsequent budgets. So they hear them for the first time, and then as bills come through and budget decisions are made, they start closing those budgets, and that's when more final decisions are made. So we're still early on in the budget process, but we do have some information, and Mr. Szynski has been participating in those hearings and gleaning as much as we possibly can about how it's going to impact our district. And I don't need to go through every single one of these bills. These are just kind of the hot topics that I wanted you to hear about. Assembly Bill 43 is the bill that the Nevada Association of Counties put forward to deal with some of this property tax reform that you may have heard of. I won't get into the caps and the floors and the ceilings because I end up wondering if the floor is the ceiling and the ceiling is the floor, and it's very confusing. But basically, we're trying to support legislation that will prohibit us from getting back into the similar situation what we're in now, which is, I think, contributing to this budget situation where, despite the fact that property values are growing, property tax revenues are capped at 0.2%. And so it's a very confusing message for families and parents when it looks like everything is wonderful, and yet we have these caps that are prohibiting local governments from realizing some of that revenue. Assembly Bill 64 is around special education and reforming who's eligible for an adjusted diploma, and that's something I know Superintendent Davis has felt really strongly about in the past. This is being put forward by the Department of Education to try to get more students across the stage with a regular diploma instead of an adjusted diploma, and giving them alternative pathways to get there. Dual credit expansion was an exciting partnership with higher education. Obviously, our bill, Senate Bill 49, was heard in Senate Finance a couple weeks ago, and it's going to be heard again in Senate Education on Thursday. So we're looking forward to making our case in the policy committee about why caps on special education students are not right for Nevada students. There's a bill about school library requirements. I'm looking for feedback, so I'm wondering if you're hearing about this too. There's been kind of a activation of librarians from across the state where this bill would require that every school had a certified librarian and a particular physical space in a school for libraries. So we're kind of working back and forth. In Washoe County, we only fund certified librarians at the secondary level, but not at the elementary school level. So there's a very significant financial impact to our district if something like that were to pass. Similar conversation around SB 224, which would require cameras in special education classrooms where more than 50% of the students are nonverbal. So we are estimating that's about 223 of our classrooms, so a pretty hefty price tag attached to legislation like that. And then for good measure, I threw on the bill about the proposed bill that came out this past week about the hybrid school board model from Senators Roberson and Kekeffer that would change the school board composition from 4 appointed to 3 elected. So that's not been scheduled for a hearing, but I certainly didn't want you to read about that somewhere else, and just know that that's out there. So that's just a quick overview of some of the higher profile pieces of legislation, but I'm happy to answer any questions about other bills you're hearing about or have questions about, or any other insight I can possibly offer from Carson City. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anyone with any questions? I do see Trustee Kelly, Clerk Kelly.
Yep. Lindsay, and if it's too early in the session to answer this, I understand, but of these 7 that you presented today, how many of these are unfunded or appear to be unfunded mandates?
Thank you, Trustee Kelly. So I would say Senate Bill 19 started as an unfunded mandate, but we've been able to work with them through an amendment to open up some options that wouldn't necessarily make it a mandate. Certainly SB 143 and 224 are unfunded mandates right now. In fact, I try to be sort of folksy about it, but I think the committee's tired of me saying that I'm not in a position to support any unfunded mandates because some very compelling testimony is given about why these things are so important, and I want to be careful not to imply that we don't think those things are important, because some of these are very important policies and there are some real issues going on. And right now we're still in the policy committee, so what happens is when there's a financial impact, they go through the policy committee and then they go to also the money committees. And that's where we really make our case about unfunded mandates, and they can decide whether or not they want to fund it or not, and or pass the legislation. So there's plenty of unfunded mandates floating out there that are good ideas and well-intentioned, but I'm always very strong to point out the financial impact.
Trustee Mayor?
Yes. The librarian, it must be really tough on small counties to get certified librarians. I bet they have a hard time even getting them in their high schools. And it has only been recently that we have gotten certified in middle school. They have to be certified. I don't know how it would be possible for our elementary schools to come up with certified librarians. I think that would be almost impossibility. Has the testimony been against this?
Thank you, Lindsay Anderson again. I mean, I think there are a lot of librarians that bring a lot of value, and so they want to see that in every school. We're working, I don't want to preempt the bill sponsor or any action taken by a committee, but we're working on a possible amendment that would include some kind of exemption under a hardship, and we're not exactly sure what that would be like, but perhaps that you made a good faith effort to look for one, there wasn't one available, so you did your best, some kind of exemption or appeal process if it wasn't feasible for a rural school or even an urban school. So I'm hopeful that we can come to some kind of consensus about an exception.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Dr. Feemster?
Yes. Lindsay, what is the feel, if you have a feel, of board members being voted in versus appointed? Have you heard anything? Are you feeling anything?
Thank you, Dr. Feemster. Mixed. I think, the bill hasn't had a hearing, so there hasn't been a chance for each side to really, express their opinion. So I don't have a strong feeling about it. I know there's plenty of hesitation about taking rights away from voters, but there's a couple examples of school board trustees that have gone awry. And so I think it'll be very interesting to see what those arguments are if it comes to a hearing.
Who's sponsoring that?
This particular piece of legislation is sponsored by Senators Roberson and Kekeffer.
Okay.
One north, one south.
Thank you, Dr. Feemster. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, that's going to be a tough one to get through, I'm almost sure, because in the Cal counties, for example, Elko County, there were only about 4 people that ran for 4 seats. And they just don't have the interest in school boards in a lot of them. In fact, Elko, 2 years ago, one of the trustee members was term limited out, and they got one person to run in that position, and then when that person found out what a tough job it was, resigned, so they reappointed the one that was term limited out. I don't know if they go around and look at what's happening, because to be quite honest with you, as a city councilman, my job was much easier than it is a school board member. And the compensation is not nearly the same. So people would, that are looking to run for public office would look at the county commission and the city council before they would school boards. So, and then how do you appoint them? Who gets to appoint them? City of Reno, Washoe County, Sparks, and then they appoint their people, and the other people aren't going to like the one they appointed. It's going to be battle lines drawn, where here all of us work as a whole for the county school district, not individuals, kingdoms, that are around. And I just think that's going to be very, very difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just offer, now that you see that, I believe the bill as written is only for Clark and Washoe counties, not the rural counties. And just to answer your question, the way it's currently written is the governor would get one appointment, the county commission, and then the 2 largest, most populous cities would get the other 2, in the way it's currently written.
Thank you. My question is, what are you hearing, if anything, about our bill, Senate Bill 49?
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So I thought we had a fantastic first show with Superintendent Davis and our Senate Finance Committee. I thought the bill was very well received from that committee. Ultimately, it got re-referred to the Education Committee to kind of deal with the policy implications before we deal with the financial implications. So I kind of described that process really, that goes policy to finance. For whatever reason, this one originally got referred to finance, so now it's going to kind of jump around. But I felt like that Superintendent Davis and Dr. McNeil and Dr. Green did a really great job making the case for that piece of legislation, and I'm hopeful that they'll do the same thing at the hearing on Thursday, and we'll just keep moving forward. So the department has offered some information that show a relatively strong, heavy fiscal impact, which I think is going to make, as what we just talked about, the money is always kind of the big hang up, where it could negatively impact a couple of counties. According to the department, we have some confusion or dispute over how those numbers were calculated, and so we're working with them to try to get that cleared up before the hearing on Thursday. But I would say that's the big hill to climb, is the potential negative opportunity cost to other districts if the law were to pass.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. You want to add to that, Superintendent Davis?
Yes, and I think that we talk about caps, and Kristen coined this, and I drove it home. The only caps we should put on the heads of children in Nevada are the caps that they walk across the stage. It is extremely hard to tell any parent, well, there's a cap on your kid, and when do we stop caps? And I actually believe they listened and acknowledged that and understood it fully. It just becomes a philosophy versus a dollar sign, but we're going to keep working on it.
Well, this is certainly a fight worth waging, I think so. Other comments, questions for Ms. Anderson before we send her back on the road? Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate all your work, and we'll see you again. Okay, next agenda item. Now we will go on to agenda item 2.01, board reports. And why don't we just start right here with Clerk Kelly? Work our way around.
Thank you, but I'll pass.
Okay, thank you, sir. Trustee Raymond?
I'll pass too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Mayor?
I'd like to pass, but I'm not going to.
You don't really want to pass. You don't really want to pass.
Busy time. I'm attending as many junior ROTC graduate inspections as I possibly can. I'm going to miss Spanish Springs inspection Thursday because I have another pressing engagement, the budget hearings, and I guess they're going to have the food truck out there. I can hardly wait. But I went to Hug High School, Worcester, Reno, Galena, and McQueen, and I just love these. We have such great kids. There was one kid there that today that said he likes to bake and cook, and he baked some cookies for the Colonel Marriott and gave them to him. And just the presentation of these kids, they put a lot of time into making the presentations and stuff, but it's just fantastic to see them. And most of these schools, the ROTC kids are graduating at 100%. So whatever they do it right. And then spotlight on success the last week was heartfelt lifting too. And I think to have it in that kind of an atmosphere in the cafeterias or whatever in the schools is really great. And again, it shows the one volunteer of the month, 157 hours. And so I went home and I tried to equate that with just the basic employment funds. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to have saved there. And so that's great. And this week's reading week, and I've had the opportunity to read in several classes, and I enjoy reading Enemy Pie to kids. And I was at Jesse Beck, and I love Jesse Beck. The first year I taught school many years ago. I taught at Jesse Beck, and I read Enemy Pie, and there the boy in the story says, I don't know what happens when people eat the enemy pie. Do their breath stink, or do they lose their hair? And a cute little girl says, did you eat S&B pie? So that kind of boosted up my, lifted me up, because fifth graders to have that kind of sense of humor is very, very hard to find nowadays. But it was a great class and I enjoyed it. And then I went to Lincoln Park in between ROTC and that for reading week, and they're doing marvelous things, just marvelous. So sorry that I didn't pass, but
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm on another.
Great things happening in the schools. Thank you, Trustee Mayor. Trustee Feemster?
I just would love to address my visit to Spanish Springs High School last Friday. I did not want the day to end. It just put me back in the mind of being around students who are just so dynamic and so full of life. But I want to give special kudos to the principal, Tammy Hart. I always call her by another name, or previous name. But it says a lot when you can walk through that school and know every student by name. But she was so upset with herself a little bit because there's a set of twins there, and she called one the name of the other child, and they even gave her a hard time. And I'm like, Tammy, it's okay. You did great. You're in the family. It's okay. But another situation was going on. There was a leadership class that was taking place, and it's not quite the top leadership class, but they call these classes leadership. And all these kids were putting tape on the wall in the entryway. And when I walked out of Tammy's office, I mean, I thought it was the best experiment going. It looked great, just millions and millions of pieces of tape. And Tammy sort of mentioned to me that that was a class that was thriving to move up. And I got to tell you, had she not said that to me, I would have thought that was the top honors class. And when you can do something like that, I've got to tell you, that's excellence in education. So kudos to the teacher. I think his name is Matt. And those students had so much pride. And they were only putting up tape, but they were so happy that I complimented them on what a nice design they had, because I really thought that was the end of the project. But they were so, when you cannot distinguish one class from another, I think that is, again, excellence in education. And there's so much going on at Spanish Springs. I commend Tammy, I commend the staff, and definitely the students.
Thank you, Dr. Feemster. We will jump right over to our student representative, Miss Katie. Big week, big time period for you guys, big things, yeah.
So the Strength and Voices conference, it was really great. It over-exceeded my expectations completely. It was definitely the best one yet, in my opinion, and it was just so great being able to see all the students and hear all of their opinions, especially in my sessions that I was in. They were just discussed so many things, and then being able to have the middle schoolers and the high schoolers talk together in the same room was just outstanding, to hear the different perspectives and to hear about the differences between middle school and high school in that transition, and for them to actually be able to discuss it with each other and talk about school climate. I just thought that was absolutely outstanding. And so I just want to give a kudos to the accountability department and to the student advisory board and everybody who was involved with helping planning that, because it was just great.
Well, great job, and I know we're coming up with some trustees that were there, and I know they'll share their comments on it as well. So thank you, Katie. Thank you for all that great work. Trustee Frankel?
In fact, that is where I'm going to start. The Strength and Voices event was tremendous, and I do want to thank you, Katie, and you and the Student Advisory Board do a tremendous job at that event. I'm always so impressed when I spend time with all the students, but especially the advisory board members, the incredible leadership and the incredible vision that they have for what it means to create a school community was impressive. And I too want to thank the accountability team for their hard work to make that event happen. One of the workshops, and I went to 3, I was there for the whole day, and I went to 3 of the workshops. One of them had to do with resiliency. I was inspired to go based on the comments of Trustee Holland, who told me it was an incredible workshop, and that it was. We heard from 3 students from their life experiences and their challenges of being homeless. And the thing that impressed me the most, of course, not just their resiliency, but their positivity, their ability to basically stick it out and do the best they can. But also in the group that I had, there were a number of students from one of our alternative schools in that particular session, and they began to share a lot more stories among themselves with the 3 that were speaking. And the kind of support that they gave to one another and the kind of questions and answers that they asked, how did you deal with this? Do you have any advice for me? It was so moving to see that happen. I was there actually with a number of other staff who were also similarly moved by the dialogue among the students, and that was a very powerful and important thing to perceive. And I want to thank our children in transition staff and our family and resource staff for all the work they do for our homeless students. And a lot of people don't realize how many we have and the struggles that they face just to come to school and learn every day. But that was a tremendous event, and thank you for that. I also had the opportunity to stop by one of my favorite programs that I know is just growing, and it's in its first year, which is the TMCC Technical Pathways Program. And we've got a whopping 12 students, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm really hopeful. Everywhere I go, I talk about it, because I had a chance and I managed to get there right when they were all at a break. So I spent my time talking to the students about all the amazing degrees that they're getting, certificates that they're getting. There were a few in drone management, one in diesel mechanics who shook my hand like this because he was really dirty. But he also said that he's got a job, probably a good paying job, and he's in his junior year and almost done with high school, and actually going to be able to have a certificate in his work as a diesel mechanic. There were a couple of folks, including one young lady, who were in advanced manufacturing and robotics, and just to hear them talk about what they're doing. This young lady was interested in going into health manufacturing, those robots that do a lot of our surgeries. I couldn't even follow her as she described all the many things she was learning about and her goals for the future. And I know a lot of people in the community think these programs are for, a lot of parents are reluctant to look at these programs because they think, well, I want my child to go to college. Well, I specifically asked those students, and I say more than 3/4 of them said immediately, I'm going to college. And they're going to also have certificates in a variety of different fields and able to work if they choose to do that. And I really want to reiterate that this provides options for our students and certainly doesn't replace options. It opens the door for so many things for them. So I want to thank Casey Everhard, who I had a chance to spend some time with, as well as Tomas Magalusa, who is the site administrator, for the job they do. And they're just the 2 of them that are there. And of course, it doesn't sound like a lot with 12 students, but there's a lot going on for them. And the type of learning they do, the project-based learning, the Socratic method, the many different ways that they approach conversation and discussion is just so impressive how we're trying to help our students learn in a very unique and hands-on kind of way. I also had the opportunity to speak at the Chamber Leadership class this spring's class, along with 2 representatives from the City of Reno as well as the Washoe County Commission, and we were tasked with talking about growth. And I was glad to be there and glad that the vast majority of my colleagues on that panel also spoke about schools. And so it was a big part of our conversation, and I was honored to represent us there. So thank you, President Taylor, for asking me to do that. And then the biggest part of my work in the last 2 weeks has been talking to parents and community members, many of whom have called all of us, reached out to all of us to talk about our current situations related to the news around the budget and allocations. And I want to thank the parents and the community members who are taking such time to reach out and share their experience, including those who came here today from Incline and other schools. I also really want, I think part of what I've been trying to convey is that there's a lot of belief that these decisions have already been made. And so I've been telling everybody about our workshop on Thursday, which is actually our first time as a board to really have a chance to discuss some of the options and some of the challenges. So I hope people know that the decisions have not been made and that we're still in the process of looking at and actually just beginning to explore those as a group. So that's one of the messages I've been trying to convey as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Again, Vice President Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, kudos to the Student Voice team. Very, very exceptional program. Of course, this was my first one, and I was absolutely over the top amazed. Very impressive, the poise, the presence, the thoughtful depth of the students that I spoke with. Absolutely impressed. So thank you, Katie, and the whole team, and of course the Office of Accountability. Very, very wonderful event. And then that afternoon, Trustee Raymond and I were at the Summit Club for the groundbreaking of their workforce housing, and was actually able to share with some folks there the importance of workforce housing for teachers and for families that are struggling right now. And I mentioned, having learned at the Strength in Voices conference, that we have so many children that are homeless, that we have about 3,000 children in our district that are homeless. So it was very moving, and as a matter of fact, one of the financial supporters, investors in that program came up to me later and said, let's talk, and we want to make sure that we're supporting the district. So that was wonderful. Had the privilege today to go to the McQueen JROTC inspection with Mr. Mayor, and I want to give Mr. Mayor some kudos today. It was a very impressive event, as he said, and one of the things that was so impressive, we heard from 6 of the officers, cadet officers, who were making presentations, and 3 of those 6, English is not their first language. And 2 of them were born elsewhere, and one had as one of his short-term goals to become an American citizen. And he hopes to get a PhD in computer engineering and serve his country and serve all of us. He speaks 7 languages fluently. And it was a reminder to me of the importance of the action that this board took on our Safe Haven resolution, that we have students who are aspiring, who are excellent, who are great leaders that come from many places, and it was certainly evident today at McQueen. And I also want to thank the staff, the administrative staff, that have been so responsive to all of our questions and concerns during this difficult time of so much controversy. As Trustee Frankel said, we've heard a lot from community members who are very concerned, who feel that decisions have been made that have not yet been made. But I want to thank you all. Chief of Staff Lasik and I have a deal that I may send him an email on Saturday night, but he doesn't have to answer me, but he still does. And I appreciate how responsive you all are, and these are very difficult times. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Vice President Holland. I want to concur. Just jump in where you ended up with the staff, and how I have no idea how you guys are getting your jobs done, because we are getting so many emails and calls and inquiries, and of course we forward them on, especially to the 2 of you. Mostly we hear back from, and it's been constant. If we feel like it's constant, you have to feel like it. I feel like it is for me, and you have all of us. In addition to, oh yeah, by the way, you have a job that she probably expects you to continue to do. But thank you, because certainly the budget, the concerns and questions around budgets and allocations, the share committee, I mean, we certainly have still receiving emails regarding that curriculum and those proposals and so on, clearing up misinformation as well, and what's been decided and not. And you guys have just done yeoman's work in responding to so many emails. And at one point, I apologize. I'm so sorry to send you another one. But it's just, more information that I need, in addition to, the regular course of doing business. So thank you. We can only be responsive to our constituents because you're so very responsive to us. And I certainly never want to take that for granted, and never want you guys to think we don't appreciate it. We can only do that because of you. So thank you. So thank you. Speaking of the share committee, I did go to one of the presentations just to see how that presentation was going. Very, very well attended. A lot of good questions. I thought Russell and his team did a good job in presenting this is what's there. Here's the process, per se. Here's a committee process. Here's a process to get involved from here on out. And they had all the materials that were there, and all of my responses to people, whether it's on the phone, whether it's email, whatever the case may be, is get involved in that process. Get on the website, you fill out the form, show up at the meetings, and so on. And so I want to thank that committee for their hard work, as well as it certainly is led by Russell Hunter. I did an interview right before the Student Voice Conference on Ed Week. It was something called a panoramic interview, and they're putting all kinds of things together. And the greatest thing about it is I got to talk about our work, and social emotional learning, and it was the day before the Student Voice Conference, so we worked that in as well. I didn't get to be at much of the Student Voice Conference. I was at the HUG ROTC presentation that morning, where I presented a resolution. Trustee Mayor and I, on behalf of the board, thank you, Vice President Holland, for coming up with the idea. We're there, and the congressional officers are there, and they give resolutions. Why don't we give one? It was so obvious and so clear that we should be doing this. I mean, I've been going to those for 3 years now, but it was just really great to be a part of that and to really just commend those young officers that were in charge. So thank you. That was the first one I got to present, but I got a chance to be a part of the last couple of hours of Student Voice. So thank you for allowing me, as I said, allow me to play a little bit and to be there with the students. What a remarkable group of students we have in our district. And then I took a couple other things that have already been mentioned and so on, but I also took a visit to Brown Elementary School and got a chance to walk around with Principal Angie there, which was good, learned a lot. And then when we were done, I just hung around the school for another, I'm glad I had my badge on, Vice President Holland, because I just hung around the school. I lurked in hallways and jumped in the classrooms and talked to kids and took selfies with them and answered questions and all of that. And it's always the best part of our job, I continue to say, is visiting the schools, is being there with the kids. There was a Girl Scout recruiter there, and she was doing her sale. No, I didn't get caught yet, but as a heads up, we're going to get caught today by our friendly annual Girl Scout cookie seller. I got a heads up from her mom today that they're going to be dropping by to hit us all up for cookies. So you're forewarned. You were forewarned. But it was a great couple weeks. So thanks everybody. You know it's coming every year. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Kristen and David also, that they truly work late hours, and I'm quite appreciative of the 11 o'clock phone calls to get all the problems solved. But they do a great job, and that's true. I'm actually going to talk mostly about kids and this work we're doing around getting to the finish line for all kids. We continue our work around 90 by 20, every child by name and face to graduation. And so it's been a little bit since I've been here, so I had a report on 5 high schools. I'm going to start with Spanish Springs and kind of go fast, but they're doing some amazing things. And each high school has their own flavor of what they do. And they base that on their school community and what they feel is right with for their kids and their families. So I'll just highlight a few things. At Spanish Springs, they do peer tutors, and they are rolling out an adoption program for any kid that is at risk, which is absolutely amazing. There's a ton of PTA involvement, and fortunately, that's my zoned high school. So there's a lot going on, but she does a wonderful job. And as crowded as it is, you would not even know, because when the 3 minutes or whatever the passing time is, it's quiet as a mouse. Kids are in class. Kids are super engaged. They have such a variety of offerings. And what's so fun about just walking in that building, like they like to have fun, so they put me on the drums to play, and I don't play instruments, but I had to play the drums, but we won't show that video. Reed High School doing some amazing things, and they have the Special Olympic intramurals. And if you haven't seen that video, oh my goodness, because we watched it and we were like, okay, do not put a tear in your eye. And it wasn't about like the special, it was just about the engagement of all the kids. Kid hit a 3-pointer, the whole stands go wild. And then when we talked to the kids, when we're walking halls, one of the kids was a former student of Dr. McNeil when she was at Marvin Maas, and he was on the Special Olympics team, and he was talking about it. And it was just so much excitement about inclusion and what Josh is doing at that school. Plenty of engaging activities. Had a great opportunity to sit in math classes. And so you guys know Kristen and I don't walk together, so we don't see the same classes. But solving problems with kids and talking about how you arrived at the answer. So much talk about math and how do you get to the answers, and reading comprehension and explain your answers. So wonderful things happening at Reed. McQueen, the choir had us all in tears. Just in tears. And the kids start talking about how music saved their lives, right? Even though the academics were there, they have a hot list. We were at Damani Ranch today. We all got teary-eyed. I think I did a quote from Macbeth in the class. So just wonderful things going on in our district. And though people say we are failing kids, the truth is the truth. We are not the lowest academically in the country.
We actually are 38th. Washoe County School District is much higher if you look at a different report. What we know is that we're on this pathway, and if you walk in any of these schools, not just academics, we are engaging kids to stay in school in a variety of ways, and we are looking for another record year.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis, for your work in the classroom, with the kids, I should say, because that's really what it's all about. Okay, we have a consent agenda, but we did have one other public comment that we can take, someone that wanted to speak on behalf of Incline High School, and I know you've driven down, so we're going to go ahead, sir, and allow you to have that public comment. JJ, if you wouldn't mind introducing our guest.
Stephen McNamara.
I'm sorry, McNamara. Thank you, sir, for being here, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for driving down.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you, trustees and superintendents, for letting me speak a little bit today. I'm still in ski pants. I rallied down here off the slopes. So, you know, my name is Steve McNamara. I've got 2 children, Lucas and Ella, 6 and 10. They go to Incline Elementary. We moved here from San Ramon in the Bay Area, really high quality education system, but we really wanted the mountain lifestyle, and we wanted our kids out of the city, frankly. So we made the move, and we've been very happy. Incline Elementary has been incredible. Many of our friends that are frankly a little bit more fiscally well off than we are actually utilizing a lot of the private schools locally. That's where a lot of the kids that are my son's friends are actually attending. So you know, we've stuck with the public school system, and ultimately that was something that my wife and I made a decision that we wanted to do that. And I think it's also helping that local school system by keeping the numbers up. As Trustee Frankel mentioned, no decisions have been made with Incline Elementary, and I appreciate you calming the air with those comments. Our principal has done the same thing, but I'll be honest with you. I didn't spend a lot of time researching the Nevada school system in general. And I know that figures lie and liars figure, but ultimately I know there's a lot of studies out there, but I do have concerns even at 38. So ultimately I'm just here today to not only address you about the potentials that are going to happen, but also about the current situation. And I'd really like things to happen with you and with the state to improve my children's education. So that's actually all I wanted to say today. I will try to make myself available for the workshop that you mentioned. I'm hopeful that decisions can be made that will hopefully calm the air, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor McNamara, thank you very much for coming down off the slopes. We appreciate it. Okay, agenda item 3. This is 3.01. This is approval of our consent items. So if any of my colleagues would like to pull something for a further review, we can certainly do that. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.17. Vice President Holland?
Thank you. I just had one quick question, and maybe you sent me the answer, David, but I didn't see it. I was trying to figure out on 3.02. I was just curious. We have a $137,500 maintenance agreement, and that's for 4 machines. And I imagine that the number of copies we do is staggering, and I just wondered what it is. If someone could tell us. Thank you, Andrea.
So should we actually pull that item then, or just do a question just without pulling it? Okay, great. We see the usual suspects on purchasing the items there. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much.
Hi, for the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts. This maintenance contract is for 4 heavy-duty black and white machines, and we're estimating that they will make 31,250,000 copies for the year. And so the price comes out to 0.0044 cents per copy. And so we'll pay what we actually use in the terms of in copies, but that's the estimate.
What was that? 0.00?
0.0044 per copy.
Okay. Thank you for being so exact.
You're very welcome.
I think that was an answer to your question, Vice President Holland. Any other questions or items like to be pulled? I see Clerk Kelly?
I don't think this one needs to be pulled. I just had a question on 3.03, the 80 acres in Arrow Creek. My question is, where exactly is that? And perhaps in the future, whenever there's an agenda item or a consent agenda item where they mention a piece of land, it'd be great to know like where specifically. I don't know if they'd want to use GPS coordinates or just here's the directions if you want to see the land, but it would just be helpful for me to know kind of where exactly these lands are.
Thank you, Trustee Kelly. Good question. And I look up and they're magically appearing before us.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. So the piece of property for the Arrow Creek Middle School.
Hold on.
Can't do it.
John is asking something, but I couldn't hear him.
Will there be further discussion on that?
It's up to the board. If the board wants to discuss this further, then we should pull it. If it's just a simple question, then they can answer it now under this agenda item. So I just don't know that it's the will of the president.
Okay. If there will be more discussion, it should be pulled. If it's simply answering a question, as with Trustee Holland, then
It'd depend.
what they say. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and pull 0.3.03? Would you like to make that motion? I mean, would you like to make that recommendation? That we just pull
I'll
it?
recommend that we pull 3.03 for discussion.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Any other items desired to be pulled by my colleagues? Okay, hearing none, then we'll entertain the motion to approve the consent agenda item 3.02 and then 3.04 through 3.17 at this time.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. For any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. And now we will take a look at agenda item 3.03. Mr. Etchart, I will now turn it over to you.
Thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So the piece of property is right across the street from Hunsberger Elementary School. So it's on Arrow Creek Parkway, right across, I believe it's Crossbow Court. And then on the far east side would be Thomas Creek. That's the piece of property that we're looking at.
Is that specific enough for you, Trustee Kelly, to get you kind of what you want?
Yeah, very specific. Thank you.
And any other questions while they're here before us? Okay, then seeing none, I will entertain the motion to approve agenda item 3.03.
So moved.
For a second? Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. We've already taken care of agenda item 4.01, so we're going to drop down now to agenda item 5.01. Our first discussion item, this is discussion and action to adopt the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 17-006, the 2017B School Improvement and Refunding Bond Resolution authorizing the district to issue up to $15 million in general obligation bonds. This for capital projects. This is for a possible action. And before us, we see our CFO, Mr. Tom Szynski. Tom?
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, again for the record, Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer. And this is for the issuance of $15 million of bonds, which is a part of the authorization that we had to issue $70 million of bonds, which the board previously approved. We took to the Debt Management Commission on December 9th. And it also is an opportunity to refund some existing bonds that we have. That will range between $5 and $10 million, maybe slightly over $10 million. It really is at a function of the market. The market's kind of doing a lot of things. We're waiting for the Fed to make some announcements. So as pointed out in this board item, the savings on that could generate anywhere from $350,000 to over $1 million in savings for the taxpayers in terms of our bond issue. So we certainly take opportunities to refund bonds when we can, but again, it's at the mercy of the market. I did want to point out for this bond issue that we do have to get our bond ratings. We work with Moody's and Standard & Poor's for this rating, and I'm pleased to report that they did affirm our, Moody's affirmed their AA3, and Standard and S&P affirmed our AA with a stable outlooks, which are high quality bond ratings, so we're very pleased to maintain those bond ratings. In terms of the projects, I know the next board item, Pete will be speaking to the projects associated with this $15 million bond issue. And at this point, I think I'll stop and say, are there any questions?
Tom, just if you would, since we have so many new trustees, you kind of talk about how we do the bond issuance first, and just a little bit about that process.
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. So I should distinguish now. We have two different mechanisms of bond issues, and this one happens to be under additional background information. This is referred to as our rollover bond mechanism, which is the property tax one that was approved in the 2015 legislative session that allows us to maintain our existing property tax rate at 38.85 and issue any debt as those property taxes continue to grow up through 2025, as opposed to the new WC1 sales tax mechanism, and that is not what this one is today. So does that address your question or what you were wanting me to cover?
Just basically how we approve the bond issuance first, and then talk about how that money is spent, which is going to be the next agenda. I just wanted to make sure the order made sense.
Yeah, so I think getting the money available and to spend and getting your authorization to spend the money is why we chose to do this one first today. And then following right behind me is Pete, who will be talking about what the Capital Funding Protection Committee did in terms of projects they approved for this money. And so sometimes we don't generally do it in the same meeting, but we try to move down the path of getting the bonds ready and prepared, and then at some point close to that, also identifying the projects that will be associated with this funding. So if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. That was a question I wanted, just to make sure it's clear so everyone understands the steps that happen in that. So this isn't spending the money, this is just making it so we have the money available to spend.
Yes, this is the issuance side, so just me getting the money deposited into the bank account, and then separately you working with the Capital Funding Protection Committee to determine the projects for what this money would be spent upon.
Thank you for that clarification.
You bet.
Any questions? Questions for Tom? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion at this time.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 17-006, the 2017B School Improvement and Refunding Bond Resolution authorizing the district to issue up to $15 million in general obligation bonds for capital projects.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Tom, for your work. Now we have $15 million to spend, and I think it's going to be money going right through our hands, because here is someone to ask how to spend it. Just like our personal money, huh? Okay. Do we have one more? Oh, one more. Okay, next. Okay, I was 03. Okay, don't want to skip that one. Okay, so agenda item 5.02, approval of amendment number 3 of the participating agenda agreement, addendum agreement with the WIDA Consortium at Wisconsin Center for Education Research, WISER, for English language proficiency assessments in the estimated amount of $272,325.75. This is for possible action. I'm sorry, Janina almost skipped you, and she's right here. Thank you. The floor is yours.
I'm not sure where to turn this on.
There it is.
Thank you, President Taylor and Superintendent Davis and the trustees. I am here for approval for our contract with the state and with the Center of Education at Wisconsin. In 2001, No Child Left Behind mandated that our students were assessed every year for their language proficiency. That has now rolled over into Every Student Shall Succeed Act, and we are required by law to assess the language acquisition of our students. And we have close to 10,000 students that we assess. The test cost is about $25.75 per person. We also have to do an alternative assessment for students who are severely disabled but also identified as an EL student, and that costs us $75 per student. We never know until the end, when we have tested 100% of our EL students, exactly what our cost is going to be, so I always have to do just an estimate based on a pattern in what our students, because our enrollment goes up and down all year.
Anyone have any questions for Janine at this time? I think it's great to assess our English language learners. I think it's fantastic. Okay, seeing no questions, I will entertain a motion at this time.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves Amendment Number 3 of the participating addendum agreement with the WIDA Consortium at Wisconsin Center for Education and Research for English language proficiency assessments in the estimated amount of $272,325.75.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you so much for your work. It's in a really important area. Okay, now here comes Pete to spend our money. Not yet. I thought it was next. No, it isn't. Read your agenda, Angie. Okay, agenda item 5.03, presentation and discussion. Possible action to approve the recommendation of award for request for qualifications, RFQ, for architectural selection for development of high school educational specifications and high school design services. This is RFQ number 17-001 to the joint venture firm of Cunningham Group Architecture, Inc. and H&K Architects, and approval of the development of high school educational specifications contract in the estimated amount of $435,000. This is between the Washoe County School District and the Cunningham Group Architect Incorporated. This is for a possible action, and our presenters, of course, we'll just turn it over to you, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts. I'm actually not going to give the presentation today. I'm really excited, though, to introduce you to Monica Shear-Howden from my office. You all always get to see me. You never get to see the people that work in the office and really produce the bulk of the work. And Monica's our assistant purchasing supervisor, and she is a workhorse for the office. She's been here for about 8 years. She has an MBA, but more importantly, sort of the amount of work she produces and the quality that she produces is unbelievable. And she's done every CMAR that my office has been involved in, except for the middle school one herself personally. So I just wanted, this is her first time in front of you. I told her you'd be kind, and I just wanted to give you that little introduction so you could get to know her a little bit as well. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Monica. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. So we'll go ahead and get started. Hopefully I worked the clicker correctly. Again, this is the award for the RFQS 17002 for architectural selection for development of high school educational specifications and high school design services. To my right, I'd also like to introduce Tammy Zimmerman. She is our Director of Planning and Design. And not only did she serve on the evaluation team, but she'll also be a huge component launching the whole design process and the development of the ed specs for the new high school. So a quick presentation outline, real quick. We're going to go over the RFQS process, the goals of the solicitation process in general. I'm going to give you a brief timeline of how everything kind of rolls out in these first phases. I'll give you a slide that outlines the evaluation criteria and the points that were allotted. I'll also list the evaluation committee members. We'll give you a brief overview of the finalists and the scoring, and as part of the staff report, the tabulation was included, so you can see right down to the hundredths of a percent that how the scoring was processed. And then Tammy will go into the project phases of this first portion, development of what we call ed specs. It's just short for educational specifications. Also phase 2 for the design services, development of the ed specs contract value, and then following up with the recommendation of award for the new architectural firm. So a brief overview of the RFQ process. It's very similar to the purchasing department's RFP process, or a request for proposal, minus the fact that we do not ask for pricing as part of the architect selection. The pricing comes part as the negotiation process. They do provide, we do provide some information on what can be capped based on percentage of the overall project cost. So keep that in mind when you start seeing the dollar signs flying out, that there is a do not exceed point later on in the process. So the RFQS solicitation document is just one project in itself that is part of multiple stages in the overall procurement process. It is advertised locally in the Reno Gazette Journal per NRS 332 law. It also falls under NRS 338 law. However, this particular solicitation was processed under 332 because it does fall under one of the commodities or services that's under that law versus what's under public works. We also electronically post and distribute the solicitation. We post it on the website located on the purchasing department page. It's free access for all those who want to download the documents and then submit their proposals. And then we use Onvia Demand Star as our third-party provider, which is a nationwide distributor. So we're able to actually solicit across the United States based on the selection for the criteria. The proposals themselves are submitted in hard copy format. We're not quite to the point where we can accept electronic bids. That's on our radar. So we do accept hard copy proposals. They're due at a certain time and date that's stated later on in this presentation. If they're submitted late, they are rejected, and we're talking like by the second. It's just the way the law works. We also distribute electronically directly with our good old friend email to proposers that have been interested in the past, community members that may have expressed their excitement or wanting to be part of the process. So we did have about 20 various architects and joint firm ventures that were interested, so we made sure that they got it directly as well. We just really try to get it out there and do the best that we can to just make sure everybody knows what's going on in our school district. So after the proposals are submitted, they are evaluated by a pre-selected team. The team is selected prior to the solicitation going out. They also are asked to sign letters of confidence. So they are under what we refer to as a cone of silence, meaning that everything has to be upheld into the most confidence. There's no discussion outside of the evaluation team. We stress the proposers not to contact anybody in the district outside of the facilitator, myself, and we actually a special separate, very guarded email box that those questions are go to, and it's limited access. So even myself as a facilitator, I don't have access to that. It's requested by somebody else in our office. So there's a lot of checks and balances that goes on in the process to keep it kind of confidential, transparent, and whatnot. So the evaluators on the team review the proposals based on specific criteria that's measured, and it's provided in the RFP document itself, minus the points. We do not release the points in the evaluation criteria, and that's so that we kind of propose them to say, hey, we want 100% of every criteria you're gonna get. We don't want you to just focus on the high point ones and then feel like you're gonna get by with the low point ones. So that part, the point values are actually not disclosed in the RFP. The evaluation team scores then all receive proposals in the first of 2 evaluation stages to identify finalists. So we do this, we had 6 proposers submit. They go through a financial stability review, and if they pass, they continue on to be evaluated. If they fail, and that's done exclusively through a member of the Office of Business and Financial Services, so it's outside of purchasing that takes care of that as well, and it's held in confidence. Then we meet as a team and we score initially on the proposals. We identify our finalists. There's typically a fairly clear break. You'd be surprised how close the finalists will actually be and how far off the other ones are. So there's usually a very clear divide on that. Then the second phase, of course, is when we invite them in for interviews and presentations, and then that's when they really have their moment of shine, you know, their 5 minutes of fame. Actually, it's an hour, but same thing. So then each finalist is formally interviewed and asked to present in front of the evaluation team, and we present a final scoring, and that's when the team decides on the recommendation of award. The interesting thing about the scoring process that I'd like to share with you all is that initially the team members come in with their own thoughts and their own scores, and then they meet as a team, they openly discuss, they have their own little mini battles of why they think, Team A is better than Team B. It comes to a consensus. They do have an opportunity to revise their initial score, but as soon as I say final scores are being tabulated, that's the score I take. There is no going back. There is no changing. There is no, oh, well, I gave you a score of, 18 on company A, but an hour later after discussion, you're like, I'm going to change that to 17 or 15. We really try to keep it across the board, and Tammy can contest that I really hold true to those rules. I draw the line. So the goals of this process was to assist in determining the appropriate candidate to complete various provisions of the project. This is a vast project. This is the first time I've ever been involved with something of this scale, not only in the estimated value of the project, but just the idea of a new high school being built within our district, which is very exciting. So this process really outlines the opportunities that an outside company can bring to us and say, what can they do for us that's in the best interest of what our requirements are. And on a side note, architects are generally exempt under NRS 332 for any competitive solicitation. However, the district and purchasing strongly feels that there is a good side for diligence, and we wanted to bring the most open, competitive process to this valley just to show the community members that we do care, that there is no favoritism. They've done it for us, the past 15 years. Maybe there's somebody new out there. So it's really interesting to put this process in and just kind of go one step above the law and say, you know what, we're going to do something a little bit more specific and challenging to, like I said, to bring what's best for the district forward. So that was probably the main goal of doing it this way versus just selecting someone and writing a contract. The development of the educational specifications is the first of the two phases under this solicitation. The second phase will be the actual design services, and Tammy will go into more of the detail on those two phases. The second phase, again, will implement the design services of the new high school, and that will be brought forth to the board at a later date. It's in the timeline, and we're looking at that being right around November of this year. Using the best value criteria, and I've kind of highlighted best value because it not only takes into account a cost, but it takes into account multiple other criterias, anything from key performance, key personnel, project-specific implementation, innovation, design, previous projects. There's a wide range of criteria that we use to measure, and that in all encompasses all that's in the best interest of the district rather than, again, focusing on just the lowest cost, because sometimes you get what you pay for. And with the success of the overall RFQ process, ultimately the method of service design will be user-friendly and relevant to the district while being sustainable and competitive in all aspects, which I feel our department prides itself in. And it also reflects in the projects and the way that things are awarded. It's not just sharing the business, but it's doing it in a fair and competitive manner so that everybody has a fair shot. Here's the timeline that I spoke of, and this is a very skeleton type timeline. There is a lot of other details that are kind of embedded in here where we have deadlines to meet and submissions and negotiations of contract. But this is a general overview so that you can see not only are we trying to use our time to the best possible to get this up running, and we're certainly not, if I may say, dragging our feet on any of the process at all. But we did issue the RFQS September 21st of 2016. Proposals were due on October 20th. The committee met on November 16th for the review of the proposals, and then the notification of funds was sent out 2 days later. You can see there is a lapse between November and January. That is because we had one key evaluation team member recuse themselves due to a conflict of relationship with one of the submitted proposers. She was very open about it. She didn't feel that it was in the right process of the team that she would have that kind of information, so she recused herself. And we strongly felt that it was important to replace her with a member or representative of the AGC, the American General Contractors Association, to represent the contractors in our location. So it did take a little bit of time to find someone who is not only available but qualified and had the time to commit to the project. And then, of course, you have holidays and Christmas and time off and school closures, and so it was an unplanned gap for sure. But we did the best we could. Originally, I had every intent to have this to the board. I believe it was late January, wasn't it? Yeah. So, it happens. So we were able to find a replacement team member for that. Then we held the formal interviews on January 19th, 2017. Both finalists did an amazing job. It was so impressive to have people of a professional stature come in, and they were excited. They were dressed to a T. Their presentations were phenomenal. Their ideas, their innovations, designs blew me away. So, and there was such, I have to say, there was such a level of mutual respect and admiration between our evaluation team and those that were presenting that it was just nice to see that kind of camaraderie take place in those evaluations. And you'll see here, if you're not, really focused on the tabulation, that the scores were relatively close. So it was definitely difficult to see them come in that close. But then again, you just say we picked the right ones, and that's always good. So the letter of intent, which is kind of our recommendation of award, was issued on January 26th. We're here today, March 14th, to do our recommendation of award. Implementations of services will take place tomorrow because we do have the contract ready for signature of execution by Superintendent Davis. The team is ready to rock and roll, so to speak, and get this off and running. And then again, November 14th is our aim to bring the board presentation of the final ed specs to award. Here's a breakdown of the evaluation criteria and points. So again, the financial stability is the first one, and of course it's pass or fail. So if they pass, they move on. If they fail, they are rejected. We broke down 5 major components, each at 20 points. And I do have a little bit more information that's not on there, like if anyone has a question about what exactly did firm information involve, I'm happy to share that information with you. So it comes down to a subtotal of 100 points per evaluator, giving it a 600-point possibility. So we do the maximum points, and then you'll see that we also do an average. Our evaluation committee consisted of 4 Washoe County School District staff members, Director of Planning Design Tammy Zimmerman, Director of Construction Tony McMillan, our area superintendent of choice Deborah Beiersdorf. I apologize, I always say her name wrong, I just call her Debbie. Our high school principal of choice was Kevin Carroll from Sparks High School. Our Reno Airport Authority Community Service Director, his name is me, I'll come back. In fact, I'll come back to all 3 because they have all escaped me.
Ted Ohm.
Oh, Ted Ohm, thank you. Sorry, I only know district staff by heart. Washoe County Facilities Project Manager was, I'll look that up. And the representative of the Association of General Contractors for us from the AGC was Rusty Humes, who I believe is one of the association presidents.
Dave Solero from Washoe County.
Dave Solero, thank you, for Washoe County. If you haven't talked to these people in over a month, it's just, you don't remember who they are. So here is our finalist scoring broken down. Cunningham Group Architecture Incorporated, along with H&K Architects, this is a joint venture firm. They had a total of 542 points, average criteria of 90.33. Tate Snyder and Cade, also referred to as TSK, and the DLR, so a joint venture, 511 points, average score of 85.17.
Monica, we said we had 6 proposals received and we got the scoring on 2. Did the other 4 not meet the financial part of it, or these were just the 2 finalists, or?
Thank you for verification. We had 6 proposals reviewed. Following the proposal evaluation meeting, the 2 with the highest scores were moved on to finalists. The other 4 came in relatively low, where we didn't feel that it was necessary to, it was either going to bring all 4 of them in, or there was a clear divide, and I'm happy to share those with you. They all passed financial stability, so there was no rejection due to that fact.
Okay, I was just wondering how we got from 6 to 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I said, if you'd like me to expand a little bit on that, sharing, more of this.
No, that's okay. No, I think that's okay. Then just maybe next time when we do this, just in the supplemental material, just the scores for all this, for all the 6.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be okay.
That is a great idea. Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
it's kind of the same way with the CMAR process. We will show, our shortlist applicants and those who didn't make it, but we tend to not give that breakdown to you. So we'll certainly do that in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mom.
You bet. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tammy Zimmerman.
For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Director of Planning and Design. And I'm here to give you a little bit of history of the architects that are recommended for award here today. Cunningham Group, they were part of the American School Council that started and helped us to develop our initial elementary school specs, ed specs, back in 2004 to 2008. And then they came back in 2016 to the board. We brought it back in October of 2016, the elementary middle school updated ed specs. So we have a great history with them for educational specifications. They also were out a year and a half ago to help us with the facilities needs plan for our WC1 program. So we have some great history with them. Then H&K is the other part of the joint venture. They have completed, through construction design and construction administration, the HUG Signature Academy. They have the Sparks Mechatronics Signature Academy, and they're currently working on the robotics lab over at Sparks. They've also completed quite a few of our revitalizations to our elementary schools at our sheep sheds and our one-of-a-kinds. So we have a great history with them. H&K is known as having been able to meet our budgets, creative with our spaces, and collaborate with us in a good manner. They set the bar very high for our academics, with our students in mind and graduation rates and their successes. So we really feel like we've come to you with a great award, recommendation for award. The initial phase on that is the first phase, educational specifications. And that's our document that we use between the owner and the architect to design the building. The educational specifications provide sizes of spaces, relationship of spaces, and in that process we'll talk about detailed activities, curriculums. High schools have lots more activities than our elementary, and so we're going to talk about community involvement and relationships with that. The phasing program will provide detailed framework for the design, which will improve the overall and the construction plans. And we look to our joint venture to enhance the dynamics between our staff and our students and our community to create this new high school that we don't know what it's going to look like, but we're excited to begin that process and to see what it looks like. And technology has changed, maybe liver education has changed, and we need to address that with these educational specifications. So we're excited to start that process. The second phase will actually be the design of it, which Monica stated that would come back later at a later date for that contract. And with this, we'll provide planning and organization of the district, community members, infrastructure. They'll establish best practices and how we shape that high school, design services according to what the district standards are. We'll look at our IT specs, our education specs, our vision, our facilities vision, and incorporate all of that. They'll also provide ideas of how we can do things maybe better, faster, cheaper, and we're open to all of those ideas. The partnership between the district and Cunningham Group and H&K will extend our design team. They'll help us to go into the future and possibly take this past the 10 initiative that we have and use those buildings as we need a high school and repetitive use of those designs so that we can be more cost effective and efficient with our time and our finances. So those will come back to the board, that design phase, at a later date. And then next one that we'll go to is the contract value. Basic services for the educational specifications is at $315,000, reimbursables at $60,000. There is an optional service for programming and FF&E, which is furnishings, fixtures, and equipment at $1,000. And there's an optional service for security and risk management consulting. And we, within the district, will have deep conversations about, do we need those optional services? And does it warrant it? And will we get our value out of those? So those are something that we will have a discussion on in the future as to if we. So our total estimated contract is $435,000. The committee has a recommendation to award the RFQS 17-002 for the architecture selection for the high school educational specifications and design services, and the approval of educational specification contract in the amount of $435,000. I'd like to add to that while we're going through this RFQ process, we are in the process of putting a committee together with community members, staff, administrators, and students to hear their voices, to put those ideas and options out there and into this process. And then after we have our educational specifications and come back to the board with that, we will be having community meetings with a charrette to show the public what we're doing so that they can see what we're doing with the funds and what it will look like and what they can tell their kids that they can look forward to.
Thank you.
And now we have any questions?
Well, I have one
Okay.
closing comment, if I may.
I saw you leaning in with your mic on, so.
Yo. Okay. Closing comments. Closing comments. I am a graduate from Reed High School, from within Washoe County School District. My son is a graduate of Reed High School and is now finishing up his senior year at UNR. And I just want to say that I am honored and so proud to be part of not only a district that takes chances and wants to use money effectively to show that we care about our community and our valley, that being part of this process, aside from everything else that goes on in the department, but being now part of a process of the CMARs and these new qualifications for new architects has been such a joy for me, because it takes me back to the days where I was in high school and I had big ideas and I thought, if they could do just a little bit more, something a little bit different, that would be awesome. So I am excited to see how this rolls out. I have every faith in the firm that we are recommending, that they're gonna come in with some great ideas. They're gonna meet our budget. They're gonna meet our requirements. They're gonna listen to everybody involved. I have a strong feeling that they do care, and they've shown it in the past. So I just wanted to say thank you, because I strongly believe that our students do deserve the very best, and it's up to all of us to make sure that that comes to fruition. So with that, are there any questions?
That would be my line. Are there yes? No, Dr. Feimster.
Monica, I just want to thank you and Tammy. You guys did a beautiful presentation. And I know it was mentioned that this is your first presentation before the board.
Yes.
I've got to tell you, the way you laid everything out was just impeccable. I'm sure we may have a few questions, but that you did a beautiful job. I remember when we first met, and I got to tell you, you have grown so much, but your ideas have always been there. And now I can see that they've come to fruition, and thank you for everything that you do. And if you keep working this hard, I gotta tell you, truly go to the top. So thank you so much, and thank you to Tammy.
Debbie. Thank you. I very appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Feimster. Other questions or comments? You're leaning in as you typically do, Trustee Frankel.
Yes, and actually mine is a comment as well, very similar. And this is, I want to thank you both and commend your team on two levels. One, the presentation is very, very clear, the thought process you used to go through this decision and to this recommendation before us today. I also appreciate the opportunity to be educated about the processes that we use, and also to educate the public and be very transparent about how we're making these decisions and how we're working with the community to make these decisions, and kind of rigor and intentionality that we put into this decision making. I want to commend Andrea for asking you both to do this presentation today. You both did an exceptional job, and as a leadership development person who's passionate about leadership, I think it's a great opportunity, and I encourage other departments in our district to do the same, to highlight the skills of our team, because they are great. So thank you, Andrea, for thinking of that. I don't know where she is. I can't see her through the crowd. Thank you. That was a great idea, and thank you both for doing an excellent presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, Vice President Holland. Thank you, Trustee Frankel.
Thank you, Madam President, and ditto, wonderful job. And I also wondered if the firm is here. Are there any representatives from the firm?
They were invited. Unfortunately, the Cunningham they're like out of town. They weren't able to make it, and so they just said, you know what? We know that you guys got it handled. So if there were to be any other follow-up questions, we would have shared it with them, but we certainly invited them. That they sadly declined.
Okay, great. Well, we always want to hear from them in person, not so much to have, but just to make that personal connection, because this is a very exciting, big deal, as you have said, and very exciting to have this going forward.
You'll get to see them when we come back with the ed specs, and they wow you with them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. The only other comment, Trustee Raymond, please.
Sorry, just one quick question, a thorough presentation. I just wondered if there was any, documentation or backup that you have on this type of similar work in other cities or communities, if that bid that we have is similar to what their bids might be.
Absolutely. Because when we originally did these type of solicitations, the RFQS, or qualifications for architects, which I believe was about 12 years ago, was prior to purchasing as a department being involved in that process. It was managed solely under capital projects. So we looked back at the history of look like, and then the purchasing department is part of two statewide listservs. One is both north and south, and one is very north local. And my first question to the listserv was, hey, has anybody ever done this type of solicitation, and can you send me some of your examples? And I received, and so I was able to kind of take and piecemeal the best of all. I met with Joe Gabika, Andrea Sullivan, Tony, and Tammy, all together saying, how do we build this to be the most advantageous solicitation with the most clarity, and to get, because we all know proactive versus then reactive, and have to go back and do multiple addendums to clarify things that might not have been in the solicitation. So yes, we did in fact have samples received. We mimicked as much as we could as our, like I said, very similar to the RFP process that also follows the best value practice, specifically to the architects and in their field. So I feel that we did one of the best parts of issuing the solicitations is we had no questions received for clarification. So that was really nice. That's usually the first thing, is issue one, question and answers, and we didn't receive any. So yes, I feel we strongly did, and we're about ready to launch our second one. The second RFQS will be for a general pool of architects to do multiple jobs around the district. So we are definitely trying to focus on spreading the work. Just, like I said, the community is excited about what's going on in the district and how they want to participate. So we definitely want to make sure that everybody is part of that process.
Yes, Trustee Raymond. I was going to ask, was that your question? That's a follow-up.
That was a great answer, and very clear how developed the process was. I should have been more clear in my question. I just wondered if $435,000 is in line with what other school districts would pay for similar services.
The way that it's been explained to me, and if Joe Gabika would like to enhance on that, the way it was explained to me, because we all had that same question, is how do we know that we're getting a price for what we're asking for? It was explained in such a way that the architect field, including engineering, is so vast across the United States that there's a guide. It's usually between like 7% and 12% of overall cost. But school district, every state is governed by different rules, policies, and regulations. You try to meet that balance. You try to gauge based on, you know, knowledge and education of previous people that have done it and have accepted proposals. Because I had the same question. I'm like, how do we measure, you know, maybe what goes on in Nebraska or New York when it's so vastly different? Huh?
Mr. Gabika, you've gotten up to answer, because
Oh my God, he's like a ninja. He's right there.
What Monica was referring to is actually more the design services piece, that 7% kind of thing. I think we've been through that discussion a few times already, and when we come forward next time with the design services, we'll certainly answer that and give you some sort of national narratives. But for the ed specs piece, it's basically kind of a level proposal. We asked them to put together, okay, what are the number of hours that you're seeing to do this? What are the number of meetings, the number of hours, and the involvement? How many groups are there? There's usually a community group, and then there's a leadership group, and you kind of work through the whole level of service. And I think if you were to refer to contract form that's with the item, it'll give you that kind of level of effort. And then they estimate the number of hours for principals, associate principals, architects, all of that to kind of put together that level of effort. They total all those hours and they give you a proposal. And that's what this is. Specs, for example, just the update for the elementary and middle school ed specs was less than $100,000 each, but it was an updating process, but it was still a whole series of meetings, a whole series of professional services to get there. This is starting from scratch. This is starting from the beginning, and they're going to meet folks at a lot of different times, and so it's more of a level of effort thing as opposed to a percentage of construction contract thing. I hope that makes sense, and that's how this contract was developed. And I don't recall what the contract was, to be honest with you, for ed specs. I was here, but I don't recall when we did. I think that the level of effort that they've identified is correct.
Does that take care of that for you, Trustee Raymond? Thank you, Joe. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I have a question. You know, when we go through these buildings and we get them designed and everything, and the teachers move in, they say, I could only have a windowsill so I could grow plants, or if they could do this. I wonder, can we get teachers' input into design early on to maybe...
That's part of the letter of interest that we've requested from the teachers to be on this. So we've asked them through the high schools and through their administration to submit a letter of interest to be on these committees, because we're looking for well-rounded committees to provide that feedback and input so that we can provide them with the tools they need to teach our children.
You know, that's going to be great. I'm glad you thought of that, because I don't care what you don't have that input of teachers. They're going to say, I wish you had this, I wish you had that. Well, after the nails have been driven and the paint's been put on, it's a little late to get input from teachers, so I would hope that that would be part of this process.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor, for answering that. Any other questions or discussion further? Trustee Holland?
Thank you, Madam President. And I know that you have parents as well as teachers on your committee. How about students? How are students involved in developing those specs?
Students are involved. We've asked for one student from every school off of the Student Advisory Committee, because those students bring that stuff to the board, and we're really interested in that. We brought the ed specs for the elementary and middle school to them on the advisory committee, and that's the kind of input we want before we have a document written, is their input, so that we can then construct it the way that they'd like to see it for education and for...
Great question. Katie's over there nodding like, yes, we're in this. Yes. Yeah, that's an important piece. Thank you for covering that. Any other questions or any other discussion? Do we have public comment on this particular issue? Okay, please. Thank you, Mr. Gabika.
Mary Albert.
Hi, Dr. Albert. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. You know the routine.
Okay, hi again. Thank you, Chairman Taylor and board members. I just wanted to say another complimentary thing about this proposal. I looked through some of the appendix or attachments of the experience of the architect, and I have to say I'm blown away by how impressive some of the work is that's been done at high schools around the country. The languaging of what they're doing and the specifications around personalized learning and project-based learning and to engage with the community. I saw, career development aspects of even the way that those schools are designed. So I just want to applaud that. I'm very excited about it. And at the same time, I'd like to encourage the board members to think about what that means to the strategic plan that you're in terms of the languaging around personalized learning, competency-based learning. What does that mean for the way that the school gets designed, and how are we going to be ready with academic learning programs that enable our students to take full advantage and to teachers to take full advantage of what that technology-enriched, personalized student learning looks like. And I would suggest that that will help address some of the operating cost questions that are on the table as well, around how we're going to handle class sizes and ability to meet every student's needs. So this is I look forward to seeing how that unfolds and encourage the board to be creative in looking at those programs going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alber. Okay, we'll bring it back to the table. Now, any other questions or discussion? If not, I will entertain a motion if that's the pleasure of the board.
Claire, may I just ask one more question of
Yes,
you?
yes.
I had mentioned during the presentation if anybody needed an expansion of the criteria that we looked at, I'm open to kind of further explain what those were. But if everyone is okay with how they are?
No, I think if someone would have liked that, then they would have jumped in right then.
Oh, you bet.
Okay. You bet. Yes, Vice President
I will
Holler.
make the motion that the Board of Trustees approves the award of request for qualifications for architectural selection for development of high school educational specifications and high school design services, RFQS 01, to the joint venture firm of Cunningham Group Architecture, Inc. and H&K Architects, and approves the development of high school educational specifications contract in the estimated amount of $435,000. With thanks to our great team for putting that together.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded with an additional appreciation from the board. Any further? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Again, great job. I concur it. We really appreciate your work. Great job for your first time here. You're going to have to come out of your shell just a little bit and get a little more comfortable. And come out of that shyness and you'll be fine. It might be too much. It might be too much. But look, see, I have never done that at a board meeting. I have never done that. Monica and Tammy, thank you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are going to have a break, and because we're a couple hours in, and we'll all be better if once we have a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to skip down to agenda item 5.06 because we have so many that are here to address that, and we want to go ahead and take that up right then. So we will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Also, a Girl Scout is lurking in the hallway. Up for cookies if you have not made your purchases. Okay, we'll call this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees back to order. Jump down to agenda item 5.06. We recognize that we have so many that are here for that item, and we don't want to keep you, waiting any longer than necessary. This is discussion and possible action to reconsider the previous vote of the board vote of December 8th, 2015 by elementary school on a multi-track year-round calendar and to place Brown Elementary School on a balanced calendar as an exception to board policy 6111 school calendars and schedule types to relieve overcrowding. This is for possible action. Again, we agreed this would not be heard before 4 o'clock, so we're certainly within that time frame, and we're going to ask, we'll have the presentation, and then we will have public comment, and then we'll bring it back here to the board. We're going to ask our presenters, Dr. Christian McNeil, David Lazick, and Dr. Paul Lamarca to please come forward at this time.
Good afternoon, President, members of the board, and our student representative. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. This item is being brought back to the board at the request of the board. We will go through a brief historical context of decisions that were made in order to place Brown on the multi-track so that the board's sense of the decision. We'll go through some enrollment numbers. We'll look at current enrollment. We'll look at space needs for Brown. And with me today is Dr. Paul Lamarca, who will go through the presentation for you and then for questions.
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief School Performance Officer. So, as Kristen said, I'll just walk you through a little bit of historical context to begin, some current context, and we'll get into more information. In August of 2000, Brown Elementary School was projected to be in excess of 900 students, somewhere around 140% base enrollment. That led to a community meeting at Brown Elementary. There were several meetings that fall in September and October. It was a community meeting. We talked about the growth and then we localized it to Brown Elementary School. We also sought volunteers to work with site administration on that evening to develop a school overcrowding management plan, fondly referred to as a SOMP. In September year 2015, the board adopted the 120% conversion threshold. In December of that fall, the board heard the Brown School Overcrowding Management Plan, listened to it, how it would play out at other schools. We go to multi-track year-round in 2017-18. This year, in September, Brown's enrollment declined slightly, but was still, I believe, around 135% of base capacity. Since that period of time. In October, when we were bringing school overcrowding management plans to the board asked us to look at then Regulation 6111 because of this issue of unexpected growth. And so we've worked with you in revising a policy that has subsequently been approved. In November, of course, WC1 was passed, and that's a great news for the district. It enables us to build new schools, something that we sorely need for long-term deregulation growth. In January, the board, after a couple of go-rounds, adopted the policy 6111 that again affirmed the 120% conversion threshold with some of those changes around unexpected growth. So the overcrowding unexpected. It was projected prior to 2015-16. We'll look at some numbers momentarily. Brown Elementary School did complete a SOMP that was reviewed by you, and they've been managing this school and managing overcrowding using that plan since that period of time. And of course, we will have a new school that will, and hopefully it will open in fall of 2019, and that may eventually provide some relief for Brown. Primarily, initially, it'll provide relief for Double Diamond Elementary School. In terms of the school overcrowding management plan, here's just some of the things that the school asked to have done. We provided a dean to assist in management. The second custodian was assigned to the school. There was some dividers put up to enable better utilization of space. The computer lab is in the quad, or was in the quad taught classes as a way of dealing with overcrowding. Here is essentially the trend of both enrollment and then projected enrollment. And what we see essentially is that the school is well over base capacity and has been, and based on the demographer's number, the foreseeable future. Other considerations. So if we go to multi-track year-round, every track will be over 100% base capacity. There can be some unevenness in track. If it was completely even, every track would be around 100 current projected numbers. There's a little comparison there to a school that is just at the threshold of 120%, which is the conversion threshold. Another issue, perhaps a lesser issue, is that there is a sharing of critical itinerant staff with Double Diamond. That efficiency would multi-track year-round, but that is for your consideration.
I'm sorry, Dr. Lamarca, will you explain what's critical itinerant staff? Identify that.
Special education staff, music teacher. So that is really just a brief historical outlook. Some current content were available for questions, and the recommendation from the superintendents that the Board of Trustees affirm their vote of December 8th, 2015 to place Brown Elementary School on the multi-track year-round calendar beginning next school year.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. You want to share from a presentation standpoint? Should we? No? That's it? Okay. Okay, what we'll do, we'll take a public comment at this time, and my understanding is, well, we know we have people that are in the overflow, and we want to give them time to get here. So if you'll call just a couple of names, if you would, JJ, so that whomever's next can be prepared to go for it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Laura Cook, then Jen Cooksey, and Debbie Vaughn.
Ms. Cook, welcome. Thank you for being here. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, board members. My name is Dr. Laura Cook. I'm a counselor at Brown Elementary School, and I brought the other counselor, Lauren Mattingly, sitting right there. We have 2 counselors full-time for approximately on behalf of how this is the best services that we can provide at this point and that multi-track impact, and I'll talk about that. Each counselor is, we assign 430 approximate students to each of us for joint coverage at all times. Weekly, we see individually about 85 students, referred by parents and teachers for Lauren Medically services 3 through 5, providing weekly 4 groups to 33 kids and meetings with 12 individual students weekly. And I provide services for grade K through 12, providing 7 groups to 20 students and 20 kids individually a week. We also have 9 in a grief group that focuses on loss, the impact of the multi-track for these individual services. Whenever one is that we would not be able to provide that kind of service. Here we have 26 504s and 146 students on MTSS supports in Tier 2 and Tier 3. We train SHARE, CAP, Better Safe Than Sorry, and prevention workshops like Kids on the Block and the Yo-Yo Assembly. This currently take 2 weeks in classrooms to complete for each counselor. SARB boards for attendance, risk assessments, and CPS calls when necessary. Collaboration with teachers. Present means responsiveness to students' needs and staff concerns. So we are consistently able to have 1 counselor available for a crisis. The impact from last year to this year is that we've had all our academics are up and we have a 96 attendance rate. Behaviors are down. With 1 counselor off, the 1 counselor would be responsible for 879 students. Guidance and mandatory lessons would require double time spent due to need to rescheduling. Would cut into individual services and responsiveness to student, staff, and parent needs. Team collaboration and meetings would have to wait till all staff were present on limited days, which would delay services for Tier 2, Tier 3 students, behavior plan coordination, implementation. 504 meetings and attendance and behavioral supports would have to be to handle all 879 students on any given day that the other counselor is out. In summary, we would not be able to provide students the services or responsiveness access to services that we already have now, which may impact their academic success. A counselor's primary focus is to place students' needs first, and that is what we are hoping to do, maintain our success at Brown Elementary School on the current balanced calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Jen Cooksey, Debbie Vaughn, Kirk Conkey.
So your last name, ma'am?
Cooksey.
Cooksey.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ms.
It's kind
Cooksey.
of fun, right? I'm currently the resource case manager at Brown. Right now we have 80 students on resource IEPs and servicing them, and that number keeps rising. I'm here speaking on behalf of our whole resource team, so that's me and 2 other full-time resource teachers. Currently, our communication across staff, so that's providers is almost seamless. We have great communication. We're able to work with everybody's schedules to ensure that all of our students with special needs are met. And that includes their push-in supports, pull-out supports, all of which are strategically planned to keep students in their classrooms receiving core instruction and then being pulled out, and we can address their individualized needs. So I'd like to touch on how the multi-track year-round is going to adversely affect special education students and our staff. As I stated, we are allocated 3 full-time positions again next year, whether we go multi-track or not. And when we're looking at that, much like what Laura said, leaves 2 of us to service 80, possibly more, next year at the same time. So that's 40 students that we're expected to service while the other is out. Another issue that we're foreseeing is the communication when a related teacher is off track, or if a parent requests something and we're not on track. It's just much more difficult to schedule meetings, whether they're annuals, revisions, initials, evaluations. That communication can be delayed. Another thing I want to touch on is something that Brown has adopted as responsible. We've been able to make sure there's equitable placement for special education students and ensure that all 3 of us can provide those supports outlined in their IEPs and follow through with that. With multi-track year-round, it's random. And so we have no idea, are the majority of students going to be on yellow? Are they going to be on green? Are they going to be on blue? And for us to figure out whether it's in class or out of class can be hugely impacted. The last thing I would like to touch on is that a big legal aspect, those timeframes that we've been struggling with, and much with the MTSS system, we get a lot of referrals, and we have 45-day windows to complete. A lot more difficult to complete that with the school psychologist, myself, related service providers, teacher input, parent input, all of that within 45 days if a student's going off track for a month. And I guess the last thing I would like to say is these students that already have learning disabilities, for them to have either a 3-month break and then come back off, to expect them to transition back into a small group that they were receiving. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooksey.
Debbie Vaughn, Kirk Conkey, Aaron Danielson.
Ms. Vaughn, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate that. This is my 22nd year of teaching at Brown Elementary School, and before joining Washoe County, I'd completed 18 years of teaching in Texas. Now, right now, I'm pretty sure you're adding all those numbers together to determine how many years I've been teaching. Well, that's exactly what I did when we were told that we were going to multi-track. We started looking at the numbers. Now, you know that the balanced calendar includes 36 weeks, but that is only 36 hours of music instruction for all our students. When I look at it and turn that time into days, I only see the student for 6 full minutes music instruction due to testing, holidays, inclement weather, and illness, but I didn't subtract that time, although I should have. For you see, when students miss their scheduled music time, it's next to impossible to make up those classes. The multi-track schedule may add minutes to the days, but it takes away 3 weeks, and that's 3 hours is sad enough. But when Sarah and I were told that we would be placed on one track, we started looking at the numbers again. This means that only 1/4 of our students will see us 100% of the time. 3/4 of our students will see a traveling music teacher every time we track off. So what's best for our kids? I also believe that it lacks consistency and continuity, which is what a superior education program needs. Here's some more numbers for you from research done by a professor at the University of Kansas, Christopher Johnson. Students in elementary superior music education programs scored around 22% higher in English and 20% higher in math on standardized tests when compared to schools with low-quality music programs, regardless of socioeconomic disparities among the schools. Music can improve children's ability to help students to be disciplined and better express themselves. Plus, it just makes them happy. So I'm really asking you to make sure that 3/4 of our students don't see a different music teacher 1/3 of the time. So I'm here today asking you to help them at Brown. Oh, yeah. And back to those first two numbers. If you calculated 40 years, you got it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
Kurt Conkey, Aaron Danielson, Mandy Collins.
You did. I saw you yesterday.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say, why? Because Conkey, I don't hear that name too often. I'm like, boy, that's familiar. Well,
My dad taught in the district for 30 years. This back here.
well, thank you.
That's my dad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conkey. And welcome, Mr. Conkey. Good to see you again.
Thank you. New this year. Congratulations. I think most of us realize that you are grappling with many challenging matters. Although the issue of multi-track year-round scheduling at Brown Elementary School may seem small in the scheme of things, it does impact approximately 1/64 of the student population in the entire district, and by default, the families and staff associated with that population. An unvarnished perspective of the multi-track year-round question from a fourth grade teacher's point of view. The decision to have Brown Elementary transition to multi-track year-round was made more than 2 years ago, when an appropriate solution to student overcrowding was in order. At that time, our growth trajectory was slated to overtax classrooms and support areas. Since that time, the growth trajectory has not only flattened, but dropped teacher allocations. Although changes in allocations are routine in the district from year to year, a loss of allocations is inconsistent for a school slated to move to a multi-track year-round schedule due to overcrowding. Add this decrease in student enrollment to the passage of ballot 1 question, which provides for the funding of new schools, and the scenario is decidedly changed. The difficulties lie in the logistics of getting 960 students in and out of school, and getting those students into limited space special classes such as music, library, computers, and let's not forget the cafeteria for lunch. That being said, I've never seen an administrative team and school staff that is so dialed in to making these transitions as seamless as possible. That parking lot much friendlier for student drop-off and pickup. We can clear the school and parking lot in about 10 minutes. The reasons for the decision for Brown to go multi-track have in many cases been mitigated. Our enrollment numbers are now below the numbers when Brown was removed from multi-track several years ago. In light of the $30 million shortfall this district has faced, $1,000 for Brown to multi-track schedule really be justified. That doesn't include additional ongoing expenses year after year. Negative impacts of multi-track scheduling for me personally means that classroom environment I have created for my teaching style, which includes hundreds of dollars worth of books, teaching aids, and engagement strategies, will have to be packed into 2 refrigerator sizes. My students in different classrooms every 30 days. Also, my wife Amy teaches 6th grade at Diedrichson, which is on a balanced calendar. I have concerns about the time my wife and I will share for travel and family time. Finally, I have 30 years experience in a bureaucratic environment. I recognize that it's difficult to turn a battleship. However, the idea that a decision circumstances must stand is unconscionable. Times change and so must we. My personal feelings aside, the bottom line is the quality of education for our students. If multi-track year-round scheduling were optimal for student growth and proficiency, the entire district would embrace it. Thank you for your time.
Aaron Danielson, Mandy Collins, Jeremy Steimel.
Ms. Danielson,
Hi.
welcome.
All right, 3 minutes. We're all reading so fast. All right. Hello and good afternoon. I'm here today that worked closely with Principal Angie Bryan to assess if Brown was doing all they could to remain off the multi-track this year. I am also a parent. Our committee consisted of a teacher, classified employee, community member, and parents. We were asked to spend an entire day shadowing Principal Bryan. We began before the kids like what we would see and what to look for. We discussed enrollment, projected enrollment, and the current status of facility usage. The things we observed were the following: the kiss and drop zone, we toured the buildings, recess procedures, transition times, and lunchtime. Our observations of each were smooth without long stops and pauses. It was a seamless process that took only minutes from start to stop. Our building tour led us to spaces being used in every sense of the word and by every stretch of the imagination. Not one space cluttered, not one space not being used to its full capacity. Recess was fun to watch. All the students wanted to crowd. There were plenty of teachers on supervision and policies in place so students always knew the rules. The hallway transitions went like clockwork. The kids knew how to behave and were rewarded with bear claws for doing so. At no time were the hallways overcrowded or loud. The music room is on the stage, which attaches to the might be an issue with noise, but to our surprise, Brown had figured out a way to work music time around lunchtime. At lunchtime, we watched kids enter on one side, exit on another, seamlessly and quietly. There was a hot lunch process, a cold lunch process, and bear claws for all who followed the rules. When the kids finished, contrary to what you may think, they didn't all jump up and rush the door. There was a process in place, and the kids knew what that was. Our recommendations were the following. Do absolutely nothing. We all agreed that the Brown staff, I get nervous, was already based process or thing that we could think of to make improvements that weren't already there. I'm asking you to consider leaving Brown on a balanced calendar. Ask yourselves, what's 2 more years really mean? And I see that it says 3, but what does 2 or 3 years really mean when they've been doing? It makes it at this point disrupt so many things, and most importantly, it messes with our kids and our great teachers. So please see it the way we did and allow Brown to do the amazing job that they already do. Thank you.
Mandy Collins, Jeremy Steimel, Christina Gomes.
Welcome, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. I am speaking today as an educator and parent of current and future Brown Elementary students. I had the opportunity to serve as a teacher representative on the multi-track calendar committee last school year. A number of issues with multi-track calendar were taken through numerous cycles of discussion among the committee and taken to stakeholders for feedback. We were very deliberate and considerate in the development of this calendar, and yet I firmly believe that the multi-track calendar does not meet our core values that we as a district boast. Development and a culture of continuous improvement ensures classroom success for all students. The multi-track calendar eliminates essential time that grade level teams can work together to reflect and develop meaningful curriculum and have database dialogue. Teachers will also inevitably lose the opportunity to participate in professional developments offered by the district. As a teacher, and knowing the other side, I am knowledgeable about the many benefits these opportunities have on student success. Our goal of recruiting, development, and retainment of teachers cannot be met as evidenced at Brown Elementary School with the threat of moving to a multi-track year-round calendar. After the initial announcement, teachers transferred out of Brown Elementary School. Since the start of this school year, 3 allocations were lost because actual numbers did not meet the projected numbers. A school cannot foster a positive culture that ensures safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments where students and staff are able to succeed academically is not consistent. We believe that a strong education system ensures the well-being of a community. For our families and staff that have a student at the middle or high school, no track aligns with a balanced calendar. As a committee, we felt that by creating an aligned track, we would create divisions within our community. Even with fair systems in their preferred track, relationships are an essential element, and track selections have and will continue to compromise them. We believe student academic success and character building requires family, student, school, and community engagement. Development of the calendar included a community stakeholder of many that receive support. Students that are enrolled during the summer months will not have equitable access to programs of their peers that are off track during those months. This is also true of staff. Will they have access to district resources, implementation specialists, technology supports, with the most recent news of other budget shortfalls, and that we no longer are so far above capacity? I have a difficult time conceiving that it is in the best interest of our district, certainly not our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Jeremy Steimel. Kimberly Gongaware. Thank you.
Mr.
Steinley.
Welcome,
Hey,
Mr.
I get
Steinley.
called all sorts of things.
Well, welcome, Mr. Steinley. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, and honorable members of the board. My children. I have 4 children. My wife and I have 4 children, 3 Brown Elementary alumni and 1 currently at Brown Elementary. 2 in high school. a sophomore who is a cumulative 4.0 student, and a senior who is a 397 Scouts. I have a 7th grader at DePoley Middle School who is also a 4.0 student, and our little princess who is in 1st grade. These accomplishments do not come just by way of how we parent, by way of the education they receive in the schools. We have to work together. Our 7-year-old, her teacher is here today in the overflow room, Mrs. Woodley. She absolutely adores Mrs. Woodley because of the effect that Miss Woodley has in her life. Our 2 favorite teachers are Mr. Pickering and Mrs. Coons from Brown Elementary. As a senior, those are his favorite teachers. When we come together as parents and educators, we can achieve great things in the education of our youth. They can become more productive members of our society together with education, not only in the school, but in the home. Research shows, for example, Bill Honig's research indicates that evidence all points in the same direction. The most important way in which parents can contribute to the education of their children is by way. Further research conducted by Herbert Wahlberg and others indicates that wholesome, traditional family life is a more important factor than money or social class in determining a child's school success. We have to work together. I'm here with a recommendation to turn Brown School, or to put Brown School on the multi-track calendar, because it affects my ability as a father to have an impact on my children. We will have next year 4 children with 4 different schedules, because with school, middle school, high school, and college. And our ability to do things outside of the home. Sure, we do our activities. We read with our family every day. We do homework together on a daily basis. But to do broader educational activities outside of the home is impacted by schedules. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Slimer.
Christina Gomes, Kimberly
Gongaware.
Gongaware, and Logan.
Gongaware?
I am Krista Gomes.
Gongaware. Okay, Kimberly. Thank you very much for being here, ladies. We appreciate it.
Thank you. So as I said, I'm Krista Gomes, and thank you for taking the time today to hear us and to hear from those of us who hold Brown so dear. I have 2 children who have attended Brown for the last 8 years, and I have for the last 4, and on other committees for the last 7. And both my children and I have experienced multi-track and the balanced calendar schedule, which I feel gives me a little bit of a unique perspective to speak on this subject. So as you may or may not know, the PTO holds many events which we use to build a strong parent-teacher relationship and also to fund multiple activities and events that we have at the school. And the multi-track schedule does not allow for parents and students to participate in all of these PTO events, as one track is always off, which diminishes our ability to build the strong connects our fundraising ability around. And for the past 4 years that we've been on balanced calendar, in my opinion, has resulted in one of the strongest parent communities and one of the strongest parent-teacher communities. And also, I feel like our students are stronger than they've ever been as a team. They have the ability to do things as a grade level instead of being isolating as a grade level. They aren't strangers to each other. So I just hope that we can continue the momentum that we've built for the last 4 years and continue moving forward with the balanced calendar and building the strong community that we have, because as people have already spoken about, it's all about community that we really need to build families, teachers, and our children. I'm going to pass it over to Kimberly to give you some of the financials that we do for PTO.
Thank you, Krista. My name is Kimberly Gongaware, and I am the treasurer for 4 years now at Brown Elementary for the PTO. The reason why the PTO is so important to Brown is in so many of the programs at Brown. Currently, we fund the PE aid, computer aid. We contribute to technology, to the accelerating reading program, and many, many other programs at Brown Elementary. We provide a lot of guidance and necessity equipment to the school and efficient with their students. How we do this is through a lot of our events, which every year we strategically plan all of our events around the time of the year, around the testing of the students, and then also to make sure that we're not asking too much of our parents, because all of those, right? So one of the biggest concerns I have is by going into a multi-track year, there's always going to be a track that's off, which means we're going to have less participation and therefore a good chance of raising less money. In that case, if we are not as successful with our fundraising, who's going to pick up the bill for the PE aid, computers, etc.? And given the current circumstances of the budget, it's really important that as the PTO, we're able to continue our successful fundraising and fund these programs at Brown Elementary, on top of the community feel and having all our parents, teachers, and staff together and enjoying this time. Also, looking at the presentation that was posted today on the agenda, when we all started rallying for the passing of the WC1, Brown took a big part in really sharing the importance of voting yes on that and really pushing for that to go yes, knowing that we will have a direct impact of getting a new school in our area. Having that new school and seeing today's presentation that it's a good chance that it's not going to relieve our overcrowding is very disheartening. It's very concerning because we really will directly impact Brown. Do I get more time since I went on her side?
Yeah, she started you over at 3 minutes.
Okay. So with that said, I know with the projections that were given that there is concern that the new school will not alleviate long-term of our overcrowding. In that case, though, instead the board choose to keep us on the balanced calendar year as is, until we know for a fact that the new school is not going to alleviate our overcrowding, we need to continue with how we're doing today.
Thank you, Mrs. Gomes. And thank you, Ms. Gunn.
Amanda, Maddie.
Welcome, Logan, Amanda. Which one's Amanda? Amanda and Maddie. Thank you so much, the three of you, for being here. You'll each have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
That little buzzer will help you. You'll have 30 seconds left.
Hello, board members. My name is Logan Lindsay, and I'm in 5th grade at Brown Elementary School, and I'm here to talk about why Brown Elementary should not move to multi-track year-round. There are a few reasons why Brown should stay on balanced calendar. One of my reasons is I've been at Brown for 2 years at its current capacity, and I have made many friends. I'm learning fine and have had no. Our school has a very involved PTO and has managed to pay for PE aides, computer aides, and art teachers, as Krista and Kimberly were talking about. And if we go year-round, we might not have enough money to pay for those things. My next reason is I have a blended family with 3 sisters. The rest of us will not be on it. So Kayla, my sister, might miss out on family time. One last reason is my mom does not want to go on year-round either, and as the saying goes, if mom's not happy, no one's happy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Williamson, and I am Brown School Student Council President. Today, I am going to explain a few reasons why we shouldn't go track. First, I would like to mention that another school is going to be built. It will take about 2 or 3 years, but we would just be doing track for 2 years until the school is going to split apart for the other school. Short amount of time, and we could just stay out for 2 or 3 more years. Second, if we did track, we couldn't do student council. It took us a long time to get student council back, and we would be giving it up just after 2 years. I love student council, and so does a lot of the school, and it would be sad to take it away. We love it because the students make decisions. And I would like to talk about my family. My older sister is going into high school, and I'm going into middle school. My 2 younger siblings will be at Brown, and it will be hard on my mom and dad with all the different schedules and breaks. It's not just my family. Many families are in the same situation. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will reconsider your choice for track.
And Maddie, welcome. Thank you for
Okay.
being here.
You're welcome. Hello, my name is Maddie Gomes. I am in 5th grade and I am the Student Council Secretary. I've attended Brown Elementary since kindergarten and have had both multi-track and balanced calendar schedules. I like balance. It's easier to make friends and attend school events and have the same schedule as my older sister who's in middle school. I'm hoping you are able to vote to keep Brown Elementary on a balanced calendar schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie.
Sean Cornick.
Gonna say help us, Sean.
Wade Christensen. Chris Hoff.
Is it Gornick, sir?
Cornick.
Oh, Cornick.
Cornick, yeah.
Cornick. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
It's Czech background, and I think they say Kriniak.
We'll go with what you say.
So I'm a parent, and I have a 2nd grader and a 5th grader. Honestly, this is getting tougher than I could imagine. You know, I was going to talk about the fact that it's flatlining. You know, $300K a year. I'm actually a CFO for a government contractor. We have a lot of cost plus. A budget. If we get under it, we actually get to give that money back to the government, and I think that's a really cool thing. So the fact that this thing saves us a bunch of money, I think that's fantastic, and I think that's something that's good. But you know, I'm wondering here. This is really incredible. The fact that they've been able to do what they've done for the last couple of years, and I can't, if I look, I'll really lose it. You know, I've already seen 2 of my child's teachers up here. I've got most of them. Fantastic. Behind me. Excellent teacher. This is just, it's a group of people being more than I've ever seen, and the way that they put everything together. So really what I think what makes me feel good right now is the fact that we're actually having this conversation here, and just seeing and hearing what we've been doing, even if it's only for 1 more year. I think that's a fantastic decision to make. We've got a lot of momentum going. This is an incredible group of teachers, parents, students, all the way around. The support staff is amazing. To stop that doesn't make sense. And I think that's a pretty obvious decision. So, but you know, you guys have your decision to make, and I'm just going to ask you, please, for all the reasons, my daughter's in 5th grade, she's going off to DePaul. We're going to be one of those that are split up. You know, we got kind of lucky. We got a track that has a fair amount of people that didn't. A huge difference. If you were on purple track, I think the total amount of days compared to, say, green or yellow was 10, 12 days more of common vacation time. I mean, that's huge. It's huge for the families to be able to stay together, and that's what makes us who we are. So, you know, thank you.
Wade Christensen. Chris Hoff.
Mr. Christensen, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing from the Brown family today. 4 of which are in the Washoe County School District, and 2 will be future members of the school district. I have 1 student at DePaul Middle School and 3 children currently at Brown which receive some form of special education. And as the resource teacher was speaking, I didn't realize this, but a negative impact special education would be huge. A couple of years ago, I felt the special education at Brown Elementary wasn't particularly good, and there wasn't a lot of progress made. And I feel this year, with the progress that my daughters have made, this year could negatively impact them. And I don't want them falling further and further behind. As you've heard from several other people, family time is important. I'm a certified public accountant. I have a master's degree, and I wouldn't have had those things without my family. Family time might be more important or equally as important as school time. And with students at multi-track calendar problems in my family time. The past few years on the balanced calendar, I moved to Washoe County when my daughter was in first grade, my oldest daughter. And so we've done, but the time we did multi-track, we didn't have multiple school situation. And we made it work just fine. But now that we're gonna have multiple school situation, I don't want it to negatively impact my family area. So I thank you for your consideration in voting for Brown to stay on a balanced calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Chris Hoff.
Hello, Board. Thank you
Mr.
very
Hoff.
much for the time.
Thank you for being
Grade 8-year-old in Brown Elementary. And I think we saw from the kids that came up here that school, especially elementary school, is so much more than just learning in the classroom. It's the social part. It's recess. It's music. It's the holidays that occur during some of the best times. Halloween, Valentine's Day. Now 25% of the kids at Brown gone. They don't get those holidays with their friends anymore. So that's my first comment. Second comment on the teachers. We have had incredible teachers in our, I mentioned a few times, also had Mrs. Woodley last year. And you have seen already the effects of the possibility of going to track. When it was announced, you had, I think it was referred to, 14 teachers asked for reassignment outside of Brown because of the negative to the students. Thirdly, I would encourage, if this hasn't been done, to maybe dive deeper into the numbers when it comes to the percentage of overcrowding at Brown. I don't know if this is true or not, but I don't believe the mobiles are taken into account when that kids in the class. That's pretty darn good. We all think of overcrowding, we think of, take a look behind me, this is overcrowding. My son with 17 other kids in his class getting a fantastic education from Mr. Zarate, that's not overcrowding. And we've seen and heard firsthand about the administration in the cafeteria, the kids drop, the construction outside. They're doing a great job with it. They've been dealing with it for a few years. The trend is going in the right direction for overpopulation. So I encourage you guys to not throw really might be a 2-3 year quote unquote fix when we might not have a problem. So I encourage you, keep us on the schedule that we are, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoff. It's all the public comment. Cards we have, was there anyone else that wanted to make public comment but didn't put in the card? We can have you put in the card later if you'd like. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask our staff to return to the table. There may be several questions. I think that board members shine some light on some of the questions that were asked, and someone from those making public comment. I'd appreciate that. So we'll start with staff, and then we can ask questions from the board, if you would. Dr. McNeil.
Good afternoon, President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board. So what we would like to be able to do is to go through some of the statements that were made and maybe clear up some potential difficulties as far as listening to what some of that information was, to clear up some of those concerns.
I think that would be helpful. We did that.
calendar issue, there was a calendar committee that was comprised of multi-track principals that had been principals before on a multi-track system. The committee had parents, we had teachers, we had district staff on that committee. And one of the we had before when we had multi-track schools correct some of those difficulties that we have had. One of those issues was professional development for all of our teachers and our staff. So the calendar committee, and in fact, it was actually Angie Bryan, the principal at Brown Elementary, who thought of this idea as at the same time, so that that day is not wasted as far as available for professional development. So you have 6 days in the new multi-track calendar that the entire staff is together. So those months are September, December, March, staff is together for professional development. So that was one of the things that we wanted to clear up. As well, in the previous multi-track calendar, we had stagger start dates, which was very difficult for staffing, and it was difficult on families. With this new multi-track calendar, all of the tracks start on the same. And finally,
What does that mean? If you, like, they all start on the 3rd, or they all start?
they all start on the same date. So they all start in August.
They all start in August?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, yeah, to clarify, David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. So there's one track that's off. However,
So do you want to go through and then do the cost? So there were some questions on the cost as far as the $250,000 and what that was.
yeah, and one of the other comments that was made, David Lasik, Chief of Staff, again, for the record, by it's longer per day, it's actually 2 minutes per day. So I just want to put that out on the record. And then another comment was that some of the itinerant or specialist teachers are servicing all of the students at the same time, but as previously mentioned, one track is off. So they're for music counselors, that type of thing. As far as cost, there are additional allocations given to the school currently, such as a dean, an ETS, a custodian, and a counselor, additional half counselor allocation that the school receives by the board until they transition to the multi-track year-round calendar. So those costs, the cost to go multi-track year-round is about $250,000, not $300,000, and it's about $150,000 to $200,000 in additional support the school receives at the moment. The multi-track year-round calendar, so it's fairly negligible as far as the cost for the school to transition to the new calendar.
One of the other concerns was regarding the capacity of the portable buildings. So there are 5 portables, as you all know. Right now, that's 10 classrooms. Capacity, because it doesn't help with such rooms as the cafeteria, it doesn't help. Those spaces do not increase. So you have more students, but those additional public spaces do not increase. And so when we talk about capacity, that's what we're talking about, is the base capacity of the school, not including the portable buildings. So.
To remind me, and I've seen these numbers before, but could you remind me the cost of those, each of those 5 portables? What it was for the district when we purchased those for Brown, and how old they are, and when did we purchase them, if you have that information?
I don't, is Pete?
Yeah, we'd have to ask facility staff to come with that information, but
And you can correct me, am I in the ballpark when I say they cost at least $200,000 each?
They're approximately $300,000.
$300,000?
$350,000.
Okay.
And then there's a cost to move those portables as well, too.
Okay, thank you.
I see Mr. Gabika, please, if you would, since we have a question.
Oh, you heard it? Okay.
I don't have the exact cost of what it took to do the portables at Brown, but I would tell you that they're averaging about $333,000 a piece, about $105,000 roughly for the building itself, and we have to pay for the ramp topography next to the building, and then the rest of it is for infrastructure for power, data, phone, sewer, water, fire alarm.
The other part of her question is, any idea how long, how old they may be, or how long they've been there?
The ones at Brown are not that old. They're actually, I want to say, want to, probably 2013, something like that. Yeah, so that wasn't, and then we brought 2 more in just, I want to say, year before last.
So all 5 of them were brought in? All 5 of them were brought in since 2013?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Thank you.
Mind turning your mic on, would you please, sir? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
If you move one of those portables, how much does that cost you?
We haven't moved any. Again, the moving itself is not the bigger cost, Trustee Mayor. The bigger cost is, again, setting up the infrastructure at the new location, which is, power, data, all those things I just described. In some cases, if we have other portables there, we don't have to put in a new transformer and some of those kinds of things. Those costs have sufficient power service. We have to work with the power company to bring in a new transformer, bring in a new service, and all that kind of stuff. And that's why they average as much as they do. It's some are a little more and some are a little less. But the big cost is just getting the infrastructure there. And since we made the sort of unilateral decision here several that runs the costs up even more, because you got to get water out there, you got to get sewer out there. Many times we have to put in a lift station because sewer doesn't run uphill, so you have to lift it, and some of those kinds of things, and all that kind of stuff runs the costs up.
Been pretty fortunate. When I was on the city council, there was a ordinance or a zone thing that they had to be moved every so often. That could be 6 feet down the road, but they had to be moved. That's no longer the case?
No, we're pretty good about keeping our blenders on board, because they know we're in a position where we really have nowhere to go with those kids.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Holland, thank you, Mr. Gabika, and thank you, Trustee. Yes,
Thank you,
Vice
President Taylor.
Holland.
We have an interesting situation within that off multi-track recent history. I'm wondering a couple of things. Do we have any data about the number of safety incidents that are specifically related to overcrowding at Brown? Do we know anything about that?
No, we don't have that. We can provide that tonight.
Relatedly, if you have a sense, is there any sense that you have that because of the size of the school, you've seen any greater number of incidents or accidents at Brown? I know you want to look at the numbers, and so do I, but do you have a sense of that in the absence of the actual data?
All I could show kids are in classrooms, management is strong. It's the times when kids are in the joint use areas like recess where there has to be greater safety risk when there's that many children out on a playground at the same time. The schools, so I'm just giving you my guesstimate.
One of the other concerns was traffic, and Angie and her staff have done a great job as far as with the traffic, the buses, the amount of traffic as far as dismissal. Superintendent Davis and I had gone out there, I think it was last school, to evacuate, how long it took to load the buses, how long it took for the parents to park. It was about 10 to 15 minutes to clear out the parking lot.
Okay, good. Yes, please, Vice President Holland.
I just wanted to sort of continue on that. If there is any data we have that compares student hours calendar versus year-round, either at Brown or overall. And then the third is just the behavior incidents per population comparison between a balanced calendar and multi-track year-round. And before I yield the floor, I just want to say that the population that the principal and her staff have done. I know, as many of the other trustees, we all visited Brown and were tremendously impressed with the teachers in managing hallways, in managing the cafeteria. Is just, it's like clockwork. Those kids walk in, they don't get to sit with whoever they want to sit with. They sit with whoever they were in line next to, and they sit down and they don't talk too loud and they leave. Recess is amazing. The colleague, Mr. Mayor, who has said the past that the common area issues are management problems. And I just want to give kudos and hope that we will have a way to reward Brown for rising to the challenge of managing those kids rather than punishing them for it.
Thank you, Vice President Holland. I'm going to go to Trustee Mayor. Then there are a couple of things you asked for that I'd like to make sure didn't get lost in that, if you would. So, Vice
You
President,
know, I
Trustee
can't
Mayor.
get a big as clap as that. But I did agree with for all the schools, and I think it was a good move. And when I went out to Brown during that time, I just liked the school. I liked what was happening. And then I went to get into my car. And I mean, it was a big puddle. And I said, something's got to be done for a parking lot. Because then I watched the fire drill of the cars getting out of there, and I thought, oh, this might be an accomplishment for my term on the board. I fought for the parking lot. And, well, maybe that's as loud as yours. But anyway, I was out there for the parking lot. I mean, it is wonderful. And I went around the school, and I even talked to a substitute teacher. And she said that she goes to a lot of schools, but that this is the best school to sub in because she for them the rules, where the traffic patterns are, everything. It's just like they've always been there. And she was so impressed. So it was about lunchtime, and I went in and I saw the same thing. They come in, they're in line, they stay in line, eat, and assistant principal. I don't think she's really the dean. She's not an assistant principal, but she gets up there like a traffic cop and gets the job done. They go right out. And then I walked around, and there's a sign on one of the fences, kindergarten only, in big letters, so you can't miss it. But it is management. And I'd like to see if we put them get other ones, that we say that principal's got to be there until the other school opens. Because I really feel that but she's not iron-handed, and people just realize that they want to meet her expectations. It's not written down anywhere that you got to have this and that and everything. They just sense it. Fantastic. So I hunt around, and I'm glad I had my badge on, because people looked at me and wondered what that old geezer was doing hanging around the school. And I stopped parents and talked to them. Now, I didn't talk to any married couple. That would be fair. So I talked to 13 individuals. And this is amazing. Dr. Lamarca, you're a numbers guy. The odds of having somebody say, there's got to be odds for one of those 13 to say that. None of them said that. None of the parents. I point blank said, do you like the balanced care calendar, and you think that the school can handle it for a couple? Said, yes, sir. I haven't been called a sir in a long time. But I really feel, and I know there's things about other schools, stuff like that. in petitioning the board or getting a board member that covers their area, such as this one did, and getting it put on for reconsideration. And we go through it and we determine the value of a community that's well organized in their school, that's doing an outstanding job on the balanced calendar. And I think we look at each school and determine that. And, you know, as if they teach them a little bit of organization, because it was as different as night and day. It really was. If I was still in the classroom, which I spent a few years in the classroom, I'd love to be in a school where everyone knew the rules, everyone obeyed, no hassle whatsoever. And I think, as Mrs. Holland said, that we should give them another chance.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor. I have a okay, then you hold your comment for discussion after the motion. That should be okay. Okay, go right ahead.
I move that the school board reconsider the previous vote of December 8th, 2015 by the Board of Trustees to place Brown Elementary School on a multi-track year-round calendar and to place Brown Elementary School 111 school schedule types to relieve overcrowding.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. There will be some discussion. Trustee Franco, you had a comment you wanted to make. Trustee Mayor, your light is on. You have a comment on that?
Oh, no, I just left it on to get...
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
We made this decision in 2015. I want to make a couple of comments. I think it's very challenging when we passed this policy and we made this decision. I've always been uncomfortable with a threshold to actually take a certain step. What I always believed is when we reached a certain percentage of student population that we should take action to manage overcrowding. They knew I was coming able to see and pay attention to the concerns that I have. And they're the ones that we identified as priorities back in 2015. We talked about overcrowding, the first being safety, the second being academics, which is why we asked the question about the incidents. My perception when I went into the school, my daughter was at Brown for 6 years. I see many of her mothers. The school felt so much more crowded then. And that was between 2005, 2004, and I can't even remember how old my daughter was at the time. It was in that period of time. We also went on multi-track year-round. That school seemed far more crowded on multi-track year-round when I was there with my daughter than it does now. I witnessed what they observed. I observed quiet in the hallways when students were passing. They were practicing their social and emotional learning skills that they have learned and focused on in the school. I went out to the playground. It was very cold, but I spent a lot of time out there. I was remembering how crowded I often thought that playground was. My daughter was there and worried about safety when she was there. Which was a concern to me. Brown has always been an exceptional school academically, despite its overcrowding, and it has been overcrowded for years. It is always ranked, when we had the star ratings, it has always ranked a 5-star school. So I have not seen any negative impact of the size of the school and the population of the students on academics. I changed my vote and I'm voting to reconsider this. I was thinking about safety and academics and my concerns and my memory of Brown, and I'm not in any way being critical of the management at that time, but I see far better management, and as both of you said, this is a management issue, and it's being managed extremely well, and it is a tribute to the community that is working so well. Because as a member of the board and changing my position on this decision related to Brown, I wanted to explain that and indicate why I voted to, I moved to second this motion. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Trustee. Or how do we manage that just from a board standpoint? Do we want to just leave it from a balanced calendar standpoint? Do we want to keep an eye on numbers and managing and so on? Do we want to deal with that at this point now, just so we, look on the for the board? So please.
We're going to make a decision today. I would have liked to have information that actually, demonstrated the number of safety incidents. I would like to have that information brought before the board so we can have some of that information in an ongoing way. And I also want, if we can have ongoing information about student security as a board, that. So if we can get regular reports on how it's going, I think that
Yeah, I think that would be wise of us to get, just to continue to check in and those things to just make sure that outcomes, student outcomes in all of those areas, which is really what the bottom line is. In a friendly amendment standpoint, Vice President Holland?
If I could just add to that, I think, again, it's a great opportunity for us to do research on how balanced calendar and multi-track year-round works in our district, to be able to track some metrics. And just, again, probably as a per population number, what's the ratio of safety incidents, and then again, comparing student outcomes and performance, and then behavior incidents, which are different from safety incidents. I think it would be very, very useful for us to have a correlation between the performance of this school and the procedures that they have in place compared to schools that may be overcrowded and don't have those management procedures in place. So I think we can use this as a research opportunity and a pilot to learn what are the things that
our counsel on this. So does that need to be a part of the motion? Can we use it as the preference of the board? How should we handle that?
I think it's reasonable to make it as part of the motion if you want. It's reasonably related, so I think it's fine.
But does that go with the motion maker and the seconder?
Regular reporting on and control and safety issues.
On those metrics and whatever other metrics staff might think would be appropriate with that. You okay with that? Okay, we have a friendly amendment to that regard. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify all those in favor of the motion to place on the calendar and to leave them on the balanced calendar with the addition of regular reporting back on those matrices as identified by Vice President Holland and additional matrices that the staff may deem important. Okay, I see your light on. Discussion?
No.
There's a pattern. There's a pattern, trustee. I see a pattern. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Okay, so we will take a quick 10-minute break and come back at 6 o'clock straight up. Again, thank you to all of the Brown community that came out, especially a thank you to our students that came out.
Direct the exit.
And get back to our agenda. We're going to jump back down to agenda item number 5.03. No, we just did that. 5.04. 5.04. This has a very, very, very includes all of the listed items, and I know Pete is going to walk us through them. What we're going to be considering. So we'll turn it over to Pete Etchart and Joe Goodbeaka. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer for the record, and I'll try to go quick through this. But you asked that we come back after meetings, so I'm going to kind of walk you through that first. The first item we had was basically an action item for location of meetings. We basically asked the Capital Funding Protection Committee where you would like to hold meetings, whether you'd like to stream the meetings, what you would like to have. There was really no consensus or action taken at the meetings. They wanted to get more into recording meetings and possibly posting on paper, using Facebook Live. So we're going to kind of look at some of those options and take them back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. They also requested that they were fine with being at the boardroom or being at the county commission, but they just like to have a bigger room, possibly if there was anything on the agenda that really warrants that might bring out a lot of that at our next meeting.
Can I just jump in on that just to make sure I'm clear? So really you're just looking into other options for streaming that are going live via Facebook or other types of whatever may be available. And in terms of a location, stay here unless there's something that they deem might be of particular interest.
Depends on the options too. If there's different options we could do at the county commission's chambers or other places to stream or record meetings differently than here, then they'd look at that option. So we're going to gather that information and take it back to them so they can have make that decision.
Yeah, and I would just say, and I was at that, I stayed for a little bit of that meeting, then I went out to the share committee. Just tell the constituents that that is available for them to follow along every step of the way. So any work that you do to present those options, and if it's appropriate for us, if necessary, when it goes before the Capital Funding Protection Committee for their consideration, if they just like to hear that, that's so just let us know if there's something you need from us in that, okay? Thank you, Pete. I really appreciate it.
The second item we had was basically kind of walk through the process of how we recommend, well, actually the Board of Trustees makes the final decisions on those non-elected community Sparks, 2 from Washoe County. Those are selected by those individual agencies, and we don't have any say in that. But there are 5 community non-elected officials, and in the past, they were 2-year terms, and really we would advertise for those positions, we'd get those applications, and basically staff would make a recommendation to them. And community is really kind of looking at this. We thought it would be better to have a recommendation made by someone outside of staff and to have it done by an independent group. So we kind of had just a discussion on this. It was just a discussion item with the Capital Funding Protection Committee because it's really not their purview, but we wanted their input on that. On the construction projects and finance rep, we talked about having the Associated General Contractors make that recommendation. Now, again, they would take all these applicants, they would review them, and then make a recommendation. It's just a recommendation. It's all the applicants would still come to the Board of Trustees, and you would make that final selection, but just for a recommendation. Public Works Association, and the Structural Civil Engineering rep would be done by the American Society of Civil Engineers. I think all the Capital Funding Protection Committee members were very comfortable with that. The lively discussion was actually on the general public representative. There was really not a probably had the most consensus was actually having the Capital Funding Protection Committee, the oversight panels for school facilities, actually review them and make the recommendation themselves, with obviously that one general person recusing themselves from the vote. But that kind of seemed to have the most flavor, but at least have their input on this.
Okay, so really just again for review, those industries as mentioned would make those recommendations for the general public. Those applications per se, I mean, those applications would come forward, I guess, to staff who would forward them past this deadline. Then he would recuse himself from that vote. If for some reason he were not, then they would just have their conversation and then make the recommendation to us.
That's correct.
So I think the good thing is that. So will we advertise for this like we do the other committees?
For their review.
I think the good thing is to be able to say, hey, there's a general public representative, and that anyone interested can send their information in, and I think that's great. Thank you.
All right. So the next item we went through with the Capital Funding Protection Committee was basically just to get them up to speed and how fast this is going, because it really is an amazing. And like I said, I give all the kudos to purchasing and capital projects and Neil's group for just the incredible work of how fast this is going. So we just gave them this timeline. We kind of walked them through it just so they knew kind of what was going on. And the Monty Ranch High School Architectural Construction Administration contract. So it's just going quick. And so we just had kind of a brief discussion on that. Then we walked them through the property. Then, you know, I want to continue to do this at every meeting we have with the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and be right now. We have now identified sites and parcels for all 3 of the new high schools. Now, I'm not ready to really announce where. We're still under negotiations on exact sites, but we have identified them, and so we're working through great conversations with all of the development community. Really excited about this. So, we have now contracted with a realtor to actually help us start trying to acquire these properties. So as we do, I'll show you which ones are now Washoe County School District property. Don't want me to go too far. The middle schools, acquiring those properties. So again, rapidly working on both of those. We're getting an appraisal on that Vista property at Los Altos. Again, we're not going to build on that property, but it's a very valuable piece of property that we'll either sell or exchange to help us with our other land acquisition activities. And then the Kylie, exactly how the schools are going to be placed on that property.
For that one, and I see it here, I just want to make sure. So a middle school and that would be one of those where the middle school and middle school and elementary school were right there adjacent to each other, so to speak, right?
Correct. They will be on one parcel.
Cool.
And so
right there by each other. So I just think that's cool. It's convenient. It's cool for the easy transition for the kids and families. And this may not be the appropriate time, but I saw someone asked a question, and you did one of the board members asked a question via email, and you mentioned that you talked about the challenge with finding. Were those some? You mind just a little bit further?
Well, next slide is actually the elementary school sites, and the one you're talking about is the Rio Wrangler site.
Yeah.
We have 2 elementary school sites in the South Meadows that we want to construct. Obviously, the first one is the Bella Vista subdivision elementary. The next one in that area is the Rio Wrangler site. That is the one that's actually closer to Brown Elementary School and will actually do more for relieving Brown. Bella Vista is much closer to the Double Diamond Elementary School site and will relieve Double Diamond more so than Brown. When we only have one elementary school at the Vista and Brown, so that's how it's going to have to work until we can get that new Rio Wrangler site constructed. The problem with Rio Wrangler at this time is the developer doesn't know exactly the product he wants to build on the property around us. We're kind of at the back of the parcel. The front part of the parcel we originally thought was going to be homes. We're not 100%. It's a big expense for us to undertake. So we're kind of waiting for the developer. We've had great conversations with the developer, so we'll continue to work on that, but I'd say it's at least probably a couple years behind the Bella Vista site is for us to actually open up. And the rest of these, really no huge. We've identified sites for all 9 elementary schools as we go forward. We were still working on a couple sites to try to fine-tune which site is better for us, but we've really had great, again, conversations with all the development community. And the last one, unfortunately, this was kind of an update, is we were authorized for bid. We can only go up to appraised value, and somebody actually outdid us, and so we lost out on that one. But we're continuing to look at other sites, a lot over by the South Transportation Yard, so we're going to continue looking at all of our options. So we'll be back to you on this. The money is there for us to make, Yes, and we'll be talking about nutrition services and next slide. So the last thing we did before we go to the action item about talking about the new projects for $15 million is we basically ran the Capital Funding Protection Committee through where we are with our last set of projects. Schools, all about the Demonte Ranch High School Edition, which is the first one on the list. The other ones that we didn't mention as far as schools, the core school investments, we really haven't started that process yet, because what we really want to do is get through the ed spec process with our elementaries and middles, so we have something to compare our old schools with. The site acquisitions and appraisals, we're continuing to work on that. Now, the one you talked about, nutrition services expansion, maybe Joe, you want to give kind of a brief update where we are with that project?
The Nutrition Services Center expansion is actually 2 expansions. And that isn't even a part of what you're seeing here. That was in a prior allocation plan. What you're seeing here is what we call in phase 2. It's a pretty extensive project to add production floor area, to add office area, to add, it's a pretty good time that we're preparing meals at the center, so it's going to be a very difficult construction project. It's going to be very complex. That's why, again, we're recommending CMAR on this one, because we've got to somehow figure out how to do that construction at the same time that kitchen remains. If I was to guess, probably get started with the design here within the next 3 or 4 months. We have a proposal coming. It's the same architect that did the Demonte Ranch High School additions, so they've been pretty occupied with that project up till now. We want months in design, and then we'll hopefully by that time have the CMAR on board, and then we'll start that construction. So hopefully a year from now, we'll be in the middle of that construction.
Trustee Mayor?
That food center, McCarran and
the only problem that we have is it seems like every time it floods, they won't let our people get there.
Oh.
That's been kind of an issue. We have an access issue, but the facility itself is not flooded. It's stayed fairly high and dry. It's just we've had a problem getting people in there to be able to get. Well, what happens is the city of Sparks is emergency response blocks off all the streets, and we can't get in.
So that concludes the Capital Funding Protection Committee meeting, with the one exception of the new $15 million in projects, which will be done in the next.
Core school investments. I know we've heard earlier today the high school ed specs will be presented to us in November, and I just don't remember when we'll hear back on the elementary and middle school ed specs.
They're actually done. The middle school and elementary ed specs. Is we did ed specs for both middle schools and high schools back in about 2006, 2007. Hasn't been that long. So what we did is we went through an updating process. So it went much quicker. It was not nearly as expensive, and we got done, and that was presented to the school. Design professionals on board, architects, designers, engineers, to take a look at the core school facilities. Let's just take Lincoln Park because John's pretty familiar with it, as is Dr. Feemster. And then what are some architectural solutions to somehow add some of that space to, say, a school like Lincoln Park? What are the design ideas, how we might do that, and what are the cost estimates to that? So then we can kind of move forward and see how we can hopefully.
Core schools would be happening at the same time that new schools are being built, or does it need to be staggered, or what are the timelines?
No, we want to try to, we've got so much going on right now trying to get these initial like the one that Monica explained to you tonight, to get services on board to go through that core school analysis. Work with with educational side of the house and define which schools we're talking about, and then have them in the core the ideas and costs of what it would take, and then continue to bring them forward to the board. I mean, it may very well be back when we were going to the Public Schools Overcrowding Repair Needs Committee, we were kind of guessing at how much money it was going to take to do that. We Protection Committee and the board, and actually seeking more money than's been allocated, but at least get something kind of going. But no, it's not the idea to wait till we've built 15 schools and get the core schools done. I think the idea is to get that analysis done, define what.
Both Vaughan Middle School and Worcester High School last week, and it just is very apparent, how old those schools are and how different they are from a DePoli, and I'd love to see, what we
schools behind, but to give them a chance to be, so students feel just as good going into those schools. So really just want to commend the staff and when the Cunningham group came in, and that's kind of where that began, and really talked about let's just, want those kids to be excited. Thank you. Turn your mic on, sir. Thank you.
They're really, when we replaced the windows in Hug and Worcester, they were so appreciative of that, and they love their. I don't know if it has mold or not, but you got, they're appreciative of it, so I think we should look at this.
Yeah, I think we're going to go with no mold.
Yeah.
they'll recognize this is issues of equity. And you find when you start dealing with the core schools, you have those that are social economically that are not as advantaged as those that live further out. That's just the way urban areas seem to develop. And so you really, that one of the things that we can continue to be proud of. Gentlemen, anything more? This was your last slide, so anything more on this from the Capital Funding Protection Committee? This was information and discussion only. And this is for the presentation, discussion, and possible approval of the Capital Improvement Protection the Capital Improvement Program recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. So we'll just continue on. Our same two gentlemen, please.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So this was the and Joe here is going to walk you through those projects, and we'll answer any questions.
Well, you already approved the money for this earlier today with Tom.
Now we're spending $15 million.
Yeah, you've already approved some program A that Pete just went through. You saw that we had design for elementary school covered, and we had design for 2 middle school covered, as well as some other projects, but we didn't have anything for high schools. So years just to be able to put placeholders in place for the design of a new high school, as well as supplemental engineering. When you do any major project of this size, you have hydrology studies, traffic engineering, test wells. We have all this supplemental engineering besides the design that has to be done. That's what the second line item is there. And then we put monies aside for CMAR services. And I will tell you that I estimate money to come back to you and look for more money. The next item is one of those where I'm coming back to you looking for more money. You approved a contract earlier tonight, roughly $453,000. We have slightly over $300,000 left for the school and elementary school. There was monies left over there, but there was not sufficient monies to cover the high school ed specs. So this is a supplement. That's why it's called Educational Specification Budget Augmentation, so that we can cover the contract that you approved earlier tonight of but sometimes we don't learn lessons very timely. In my tenure with the district, we have a grounds building out at the Kleppy Lane facility that has flooded 6 times. There it is. It's the lowest part of the bathtub. It's come to the point where we really need to replace this facility. Code now requires that in a flood area that you remove everything up to 1 foot above the floodplain level, and you put in complete waterproofing. Everything from that point down would have to be replaced with waterproof materials. We basically have to remove the roof, rebuild everything, and put the roof back on. Does not make any sense to do that at all. So we went forward to Capital Funding Protection Committee seeking monies to basically about before. These are pretty small costs because it's a pretty small building. The construction cost here is only a part of the construction costs because in working with Jackie James, our risk manager, it looks like that our insurance will kick in for something $50,000 to $300,000. So what I budgeted here would be the rest to build the rest of that building. We'll know more as we go along, but that's what that budget is based upon. Then the next things here, Pete showed acquisition. So it occurred to us that if some of these things start happening, and we're going to have to be pretty nimble in trying to get these appraisals and these offers made so that we can purchase a lot. So to supplement that budget from what was approved back in December. We're recommending more monies for appraisals. They cost anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 a pop, so that gives us some money to do more appraisals, as well as we're supplementing our land purchase projects B plan.
I'll add one thing to this. So this passed by the Capital Funding Protection Committee on a 5-3 vote, with the caveat that we bring back a presentation at the next meeting with the various presentation or delivery methods, I should say, focusing mainly on the CMAR delivery method, construction manager at risk. So comprehensive discussion on the different delivery methods, focusing again on CMAR. So 5-3 vote. The one thing I want to finish with is I've kind of tried to keep this up to speed. So this is now the capital project major A and B projects. And what we always want to stress on the ballot is where our obviously, when we presented these projects to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, I can't see 10 years in the future. So there's going to be projects that are going to have to go onto the list. So the grounds building was the perfect example. You know, I couldn't foresee a flood in the industrial area, so that's going to be added to the list. But we are not going to be discuss that. But right now, this is our list. You can see everything that's been allocated goes exactly against those projects. So couldn't be more excited about the progress we've made in this time period over the last few months on all of these projects. So with that, be glad to answer any questions. Oh, maybe one thing I should low as the grounds building, but Joe and his staff have already gone through that building and actually done that waterproof construction with the steel studs and moving all the electrical outlets up. So that building floods, but we can deal with the flood there. The grounds building is just really, we'd have to start from square one on that.
What does that indicate?
That just means that we've been given complete funding to actually go through construction. So on nutrition services expansion and also on the addition to Monty Ranch High School, those are fully funded. We're done.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the projects aren't done, but the funding is complete. That's it.
So
extremely favorable for us. And so we didn't know at the time. I'll back up a little bit. When the cost estimate was put together for the Public Schools Overcrowding Repair Needs Committee, we had no idea really what the addition to Monty Ranch was going to be. We didn't have our projections as students. We didn't have a lot of that work done. So at North Valleys and Spanish Springs High School, we realized we were going to be overfunded. Now, all those other areas, I don't think we're overfunded, but we kind of identified this one. We probably have more money than we needed for that project. Mm-hmm. So we went down to $23 million. Now I think the cost estimates came out Protection Committee to reallocate that remaining money to other needs. One of the top areas I know we've talked about many times is that we said we need a minimum of $20 million for school repairs. I would love to kick that up to 25 or 30 million so we can try to get caught up on that backlog that we have right away, and that was unfortunately taken out because, you know, we had to be conscious of what we put on the ballot. So we would love to try to bump that up a little bit and get caught up. The other thing I'd want to mention is that our cost estimates for the elementary, middle, and high schools were on the conservative side. We were low. I mean, when we can put that prices are going to go up, we may need to be a little higher. That's why the $100 million is there for inflation escalation also. We haven't dipped into that pot yet. I hope it's a couple of years before we do, but we just we want to be as cognizant of the fact that our prices may be higher than on some of these.
Just amazed with what you all have done and the sequencing and all of the work that you could do before the election and all of the work that you've done since. I'm so impressed. One of the things that I'm starting to feel is that I might be getting, I don't know if it'll be somebody else, part of here's what projects in what years, and this is how long they'll take to build, and this is when we expect them to come on, just for the ones that you already, you know, kind of have a hunch when they're going to be, so that, because I know you have the funding, somehow we could note that on there as well. It would really, I don't know if it would help anybody else, but it would sure help me.
We can absolutely do that, and the only thing I'm always a little, I wouldn't say worried, but you know, as soon as those go out in the public, all of a sudden says my school's starting out 7 years. I mean, yeah, make sure that everybody knows it's growth dependent. And even when we look at these high schools, we show these Stonegate development, that's a future development that has not been approved. I can't guarantee it'll ever be approved. We don't know. But we are working with those developers to make sure we are prepared for growth.
That I know you have, because I know it's in your head. But I think that would be helpful, and I agree it's important to say, but we don't know where growth is going to show up. I mean, for example, Northgate, that wasn't originally on the radar, that extra growth out there from the elementary school, but it really, we need to can remain nimble. So, and whatever way we do that, we have to make sure that we make that very clear. I would absolutely agree with that. We have to be responsive to where the people show up. Good, great suggestion. Other comments, questions for these two gentlemen? Yes, Trustee.
We're adding 3.7 million. Is that, and what's the total amount now that we have? It's on that one.
It's on this last slide. So down at the bottom, 15.16 million would be the total with both A and B together.
Thank you. I appreciate you guiding me there. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Capital Funding Protection Committee related to the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program for the 2017-18 B Major Projects Program in the approximate amount of $15 million pursuant to the attached list of program projects.
By the motion, thank you for that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? This is the fun stuff. This is the fun stuff. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Right, the motion is carried. We want that in the record from Mr. Joe Gabika, whack-a-mole on steroids. Got it. Okay, we'll move on now to agenda item 5.07. This is, sorry, Kendra, you've been waiting so patiently. To point 1, Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, or SHARE, to clarify the membership of the SHARE Advisory Committee. Again, this is not about the curriculum. This is about the membership to line it up in accordance with NRS 389.0 to the potential revision of the SHARE curriculum, and this is for possible action. I will turn it over to Ms. Fox and Chief of Staff David Lasik.
All right. Thank you, David Lasik, for the record, Chief of Staff, and with me, Kendra Fox, our Director of the Policy Committee last Tuesday for a revision to clarify language on the composition of the committee. Since then, we have one other correction to make on page 3 at the very top. And of the committee's recommendation, so it's clarifying that the board is the ultimate approval of the curriculum, and thanks to Trustee Holland for that catch. And we do have one more correction on the front page as well, since this lives with the Office of Academic. Any other questions?
Any other questions or discussion? Again, I know we reviewed this last week. Excuse me. And then most of us were able to be there, and though Trustee Frankel got tied up. And thank you, let me know that. But any other?
Approval to the proposed revision of Board Policy 6142.1, Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, SHARE, and initiates the 15-day public review period.
It has been moved. There's moved. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous, and this will go out for the 15-day public review period. Thank you. Discussion and preliminary approval to the revision of Board Policy 7500, transportation of students, to include language that seeks to ensure equitable access to district transportation for students, and the initiation of the 15-day public review period. This again is for a possible
as we discussed at the policy committee, these are some changes to our board policy on transportations of students, on to make some clarification based on a settlement agreement on my oldest. And there are some changes we need to make to the regulation, and these changes to the board policy set up the framework for us to make those changes to the regulation. And if anyone has any questions.
Additional changes, it doesn't look like. Gina?
No, there haven't been any other changes.
Okay. Trustee Mayor? Get that mic on, please, sir. Thank you. You were doing so well all meeting long until you're getting tired.
Ensure is meaning in this, ensure equitable access. Does that mean you just try, and if you can't get it, you've tried? What's it exactly mean?
What access to students with disabilities, that there won't be any difference, differential treatment of students with disabilities from general population students.
But it can be a different mode. The bus picks up children, a handicap's got to go down there if there's a handicapped child, but it doesn't mean that a kid with a physical handicap can get on the regular bus.
Transportation to a school event, we would also have to provide transportation to a disabled student.
Okay.
That would be appropriate for them.
So it's during school time, then, not to and from school.
It would be.
We're providing transportation, it's usually through an IEP that it's determined that a student is in needs of transportation to a school. So if that IEP determines that, then yes, we would provide transportation for that student to that school.
We're ensuring that, so if we don't do it, people can come down and say, hey, you're not doing what you said you're going to do.
That's correct.
Okay.
You know, as appropriate, what we're saying is we. Thank you for that clarification, Trustee Mayor. Did that answer those questions for you? Any other? As soon as you turn on your microphone.
On, testing, 1, 2, 3. Students and initiates the 15-day public review period.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. About so this, Katie, do it. It's that Katie. She's ready too. She's ready. Yeah. This is agenda item 5.09, discussion and preliminary approval of the proposed adoption of Board Policy 5310, Student Voice, which includes language related to insurance. Period. This is also for possible action, and our presenters are not Mr. Ben Hayes, but those who drew the short straw, so you have to still be here, Dr. Deputy and our Chief of Staff. And then we will.
Student representative is excited. Our student advisory board has done a lot of work with this policy. So I know it's a lot of work has gone into it, and it's very thoughtful in how we bring this forward. So as this also went to the policy clarify what's being done is that we are changing the structure of the current student advisory board to call it the Student Advisory Council, so that they are a committee, or not a committee, out their mission as a student body. And I don't know, Katie or Dr. Deputy, if you want to add anything onto that, but that's what I have.
No, really, there were no other changes within the policy bodies such as the board, whether it's within the school setting, whether it's in different types of committees. An example of that is the student symposium, the Student Voice Symposium that was mentioned during board highlights this evening. So this
I read through the entire policy and I absolutely love it. I love everything that the school district does with student voice. I know that at the Strength Voices conference, I had I don't have any questions about anything. We all kind of worked on this together, and I'm just very happy about it.
Well, just my question to you, Katie, does this capture those things?
To JJ a lot about the open meeting laws and all those requirements, and I feel like this will definitely help a lot with the Student Advisory Board, which is now the Student Advisory Council. And
now we'll go to you, Superintendent Davis.
I think having a policy is just fabulous, but more so than having a policy, I think when we visit schools, even today, when you actually hear authentic student voice around a variety of topics. We were at McQueen. They were like, yeah, what about that? And today we had great questions. I mean, just every school we go to, it's authentic. It's not forced. And sometimes we're like, whoa, right? And sometimes I say, you need to ask the deputy the tough questions. But it's great to see questions. So it's great that they own it.
Thank you, Trustee Mayor.
You know, this has come a long ways.
We would hear you more if you turned your mic. Thank you, sir.
Is there a student voice that I could static? We had static for people. Well, they're not elected. They, you know, and things. And it took us a while, but we got a student on the board, and we got the Student Advisory Board that really have instituted this themselves. It hasn't been the board putting something on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Trustee.
I've been consistently impressed, and I think it was the board prior to me as well has always had a desire to include student voice, and it's been something that I have found very rewarding and also very important. And I think it is very important for us because it starts at the top of the organization, and that's us. And so for us, but I just wanted to say that I'm really proud as a board that we're making this kind of a statement, and this is the kind of organization that we are.
Outstanding. So that being said, I will entertain the motion if that's the pleasure of the
Make
board.
it.
Since you have the mic.
I'd be happy to make it.
Is there a second? So appropriate from Trustee Kelly. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is fine. Okay, last but certainly not least, here are our tech guys. Agenda item 5.10, discussion and preliminary approval of the proposed revision of Board Policy 7200, 21st Century and Digital Learning. 15-day public review period. And before us, as our tech team, Ed DeGrazia, Robert Sedford, and Alan Cunningham. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience. I'm sorry you're at the end of the agenda tonight, but we're glad to have you.
answer any questions. We haven't had changes since we were here at the Board Policy Committee, so we would be happy to answer any questions, concerns that you have since the last meeting.
Moved, is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved, and yes, get that mic on when you do that, Dr. Feimster. All right, it has been moved and seconded that the board provide. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Just your presence alone, gentlemen, passed that. No questions, no say yes. Agenda item request, just as a note to our colleagues, this has been returned to the agenda, but just as a reminder, no discussion will occur among trustees during this time. And just again, there are no members of the public here generally, but if there were, then this is not a time for them. 9110. So this is our first time returning it, so just know, get back into the customary practice. If there's something that you would like to have on the agenda, this will be the time to mention it. And then again, it will appear in the agenda per Board Policy 9110.
Item, we don't have to have a second on that? Or
At this, you want to go ahead? Please.
So Board Policy 9110 hasn't changed, which requires that 2 members ask for it, but what we want to avoid in this, or the president could just say, if President Taylor were to say, sure, I'll put that on the next agenda, no problem. If she doesn't, maybe after the meeting say, hey, we think that's a good idea. But we don't want to create deliberations during this item. That's the biggest concern.
That is the biggest concern. And what fact, then I'll come to you and we'll talk about, like we've done before, casually, and said, hey, this has already been done, or this is something you consider, and it's, but that will be after the meeting, so the deliberation does not happen here, so that we make sure we're careful not to violate the open meeting law. Okay, is that clear? Okay, no need for a second. Okay, and then when we need, that's brought, so how do we handle this? Because we'll need to know how to direct staff and what about that policy as opposed to at all.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, sorry. That was your meeting.
That was in my head.
Yes,
sorry.
But that may be what he wants, and that would be okay.
Yeah, just.
I would say discussion and possible reconsideration of the policy.
So that's what your reconsideration. Okay. Okay.
Our open meeting on what's left on our probation.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any public comment, JJ? Okay. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Holland?
Madam President, I will just do this as a public comment. When I earlier spoke about wanting to give a shout out to how much I appreciate and am impressed by his personal attention to each student that presents at the JROTC meetings. And I know you do that wherever you go, but watching their faces light up when they told those thank you, Trustee Mayor.
I got in trouble because I said I'm speaking as me as an individual, not the board. And Trustee Holland said maybe we ought to get a board approved.
I love you, board.
I will always have it now.
Okay, as a reminder, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. we have
it was 8:30.
No, it's 8 a.m.
I have 8:30 on my
Okay,
calendar.
it's 8 a.m. again on Thursday for the budget that one's at DeMonte Ranch High School, also at 8 a.m. We'll do the budget and then take a break for the groundbreaking, have lunch, and then return for the rest of the work on the budget. Absolutely. Go pack on Thursday. Thursday's Wolfpack Day. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.